Chapter 274. As expected of one of the 12 sects, the disciples here are really strong. Lan Yu looked at Ling Xiao. She hoped to see a trace of panic or fear on Ling Xiao's face. That way, she would feel a little better. However, there was no panic or fear on Ling Xiao's face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on his face. No way. Did this kid hide his strength? That was the only explanation. Otherwise, why wasn't Ling Xiao afraid of such a strong collision? Ling Xiao, it's not too late for you to regret now. Yang Cheng, who was on the stage, looked at Ling Xiao and said with a complacent look on his face, "Regret? Why should I regret?" Ling Xiao slowly walked up to the challenge ring and gestured at Li Anil, who was below the ring. "I'll deal with you first. Then I'll deal with Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng, I advise you to go back and rest." "You really don't know what death is." Yang Cheng snorted and jumped down from the stage. Someone had already prepared a seat for him to rest. Li Anil smiled and said, "Senior Yang, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to fight again. If he can't even defeat me, then he is not qualified to fight with you. Don't be careless. Don't forget what happened last time. Don't worry, Senior Yang. I won't be careless, and I won't show any mercy." After saying that, Li Anil jumped up to the stage. Compared to the previous battle between the half-step masters, this battle was more eye-catching. A martial vein, level 8 martial artist challenging a half-step master. The gap between them was too big. Since ancient times, Yuehua school had never had such a situation. This was the first time something like this had happened. Many people just came to see how Ling Xiao would be defeated, especially when they saw Ling Xiao and Lan Yu walking together. They became more anxious. Outer disciple Ling Xiao challenges the inner disciple, Li Anil, who is ranked 26th. Elder Bai announced expressionlessly. Although he wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances, he was looking forward to it. In the past few years, the outer court had recruited fewer disciples, and the good geniuses had been directly accepted into the inner court or become the inner court elders' inner court disciples. Therefore, there weren't many true geniuses. It wasn't that things like challenging people above their level had never happened before, but they had never succeeded. Therefore, other than some changes in the rankings, no one had been able to enter the top 30 through the challenges. Only if a disciple ranked in the top 30 broke through to the transcendent realm and became an inner sect disciple would they be able to fill the gap. This caused the outer sect disciples to have a poor sense of competition. There was almost no pressure to be in the top 30. That wouldn't do. He hoped that there would be some changes and that these fellows would be taught a lesson. He hoped that someone could barge in and stir up this pool of stagnant water. However, even though he thought so, others didn't think so. Upon hearing the names of the two people, the audience burst into laughter. They did not give Ling Xiao any face at all. Some people even threw eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at Ling Xiao. Scram! Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would suffer a loss. With a roar, his true qi madly leaked out, and the eggs and rotten vegetable leaves shot back like hidden weapons. Those who threw the eggs at Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before their heads were smashed and bleeding. For experts, rotten vegetable leaves were also weapons. Whoever is causing trouble, get the hell out of here immediately. Shame on you. Elder Bai was also angry. When his voice rang out, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire square. The outer sect disciples were all silent out of fear. This kind of aura was too terrifying. This was the aura of a 9th heavenly layer transcendent. It was simply enough to force people to commit suicide. No one dared to shout anymore. Those who had suffered a loss didn't dare to either. They could only silently bear the bitter fruit they brought upon themselves and treat their wounds with golden sore ointment and other things. Hee hee, how awe-inspiring. but to meet me, consider yourself unlucky." Lian chuckled as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "A loser dares to say such words." Ling Xiao said coldly, "That day, I underestimated you. It definitely won't happen again today." Lian Lu emphasized, "Cut the crap. That day, I was able to defeat you in one move. Today, I can still do it." With that said, Ling Xiao had already moved. He felt that there was no need to exchange pointers with Lian Lu. He purely wanted to help Wu Xiang and himself vent his anger. So when he made his move, Ling Xiao didn't plan to give Li and Lu any chance. In that instant, Li Anil only saw Ling Xiao move from the opposite side. In the next moment, he felt his body fly backward and fall heavily to the ground. Something blasted a large hole in his chest, dripping with blood. It was very terrifying. A pig-like cry rang out. Lian Lu was in so much pain that he was tossing and turning. "Elder Bai, is this challenge over?" Ling Xiao looked at Elder Bai, who was still in a daze, and said, Yes, it's over. Ling Xiao versus Lian Lu. Ling Xiao wins." Although Elder Bai was strong, he had never seen a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein who could seriously injure a half-step martial master in one move. When he looked carefully, Ling Xiao's right hand had actually turned into the claw of a beast. It looked more like the claw of a divine dragon. Ling Xiao had combined the slaughter of the divine prison king fist with the demonization of the 9 demons' divine art, Demon King, to produce such a shocking effect. Even he was a little surprised. This was only a partial demonization. The effect of the 9 demons' divine art was too powerful. "Yang Cheng, get up here." After defeating Lian Lu, Ling Xiao wasn't willing to stop at all and directly shouted Yang Cheng's name. "You and I have just finished a battle. It can be considered fair." Yang Cheng was still in a state of shock. When he was shouted at by Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a ruthless look, and he directly rushed up to the challenge stage. Lian Lu was defeated too quickly. He really didn't expect this. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao won. However, he believed that he wouldn't lose to Ling Xiao. After all, he could also defeat Lian Lu in one move. At this time, he had already forgotten that Ling Xiao had only used the strength of a peak 8th level martial vein martial master. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was barely comparable to Lu Chang, but in the end, he was still a defeated opponent. On the challenge stage, Ling Xiao and Yang Cheng each stood on one side. Ling Xiao challenges the 10th outer disciple, Yang Cheng. "Begin." Elder Bai had already recovered from his shock. He stared at Ling Xiao, hoping to get something from this young man's battle. This young man's use of combat skills was much higher than his. The scene just now ended too quickly. Many people didn't know what had happened, but he saw it very clearly. Ling Xiao's strength was not only the strength of his moves, but also the strength of his combat skills. With the least consumption, he achieved the greatest thing. Chapter 275. Yang Cheng stood there with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little surprised by Lianil's failure, he didn't care much about it. Novel. That idiot Lianil must have underestimated his opponent again. Otherwise, how could he have been sneak attacked? No one thought that his condescension and arrogance were abnormal. It could be imagined that a half-step master ranked 10th would be laughed at as a coward if he was careful when facing a martial master who was only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. His current attitude was normal and reasonable. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just a fish on the chopping board. Maybe the young master couldn't handle it, but the master could easily cut the fish. Alas, it's better to stop while you're ahead. Lan Yu sighed. Although she was surprised that Ling Xiao defeated Lianil, Yang Cheng was too strong. At least in the outer sect, not many people dared to say that they could win against him. Ling Xiao was like an ant challenging a giant. Forget it. Maybe it's a good thing for him to lose. His martial arts aptitude is not good, but his medical aptitude is top-notch. At worst, he can be a top-notch alchemist. Lan Yu had already thought about the future for Ling Xiao. Zhao Xi also sighed. He actually wanted to win over Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao offended Yang Cheng and would soon become a laughing stock. He really felt that it was a pity. Su Ying's face was filled with a crazy smile. She knew that Ling Xiao was finished. There was no chance for him to make a comeback. This idiot who didn't know when to retreat would face a tragic defeat. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Yang Cheng with the same expression on his face. He knew very well how strong Yang Cheng was. It was very risky to fight with this guy, with the cultivation of the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to expose his true cultivation here. The risk was high, but it didn't mean that he couldn't win. The greater the pressure, the greater the risk, he felt that he would gain more in this battle. This was a danger, but also an opportunity. Not talking? You think your silence will make me go easy on you? I'm not as stupid as Li Anil. Before Yang Cheng could finish his words, he suddenly discovered that Ling Zhao's figure had disappeared. 9 demons divine art, cloud dragon godly travel. In that instant, all the muscles in Yang Cheng's body suddenly contracted, and he even felt a biting chill in his body. He actually couldn't determine Ling Zhao's exact location. Above, behind, or to the left, or the right, off stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were probably only 4 or 5 people who could see Ling Zhao's figure, but this definitely did not include Yang Cheng. Ling Zhao's Cloud Dragon Divine Journey was originally a gold-grade entry-level martial art. Combined with the 9 demonic divine art, the Evil Beast Demon King, it was equivalent to a rare gold-grade martial art. And don't forget, he also had the Blood Shadow martial spirit. Not only did this martial soul give him invisibility, but it also gave him an even stranger movement skill and even stranger speed. The sudden change made Yang Cheng's scalp go numb. It made the audience turn pale with fright. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack like he did with Li Anil? The terrifying movement skill and the martial soul that matched it were actually flawless. Transformation stage movement skill. Elder Bai slightly raised his eyebrows. In the outer sect, there was actually someone who could cultivate a gold-grade entry-level martial art to the transformation stage. This was really a shocking thing. One had to know that even in the inner sect, there were only a few people who could cultivate a gold-grade entry-level martial art to the transformation stage, let alone the outer sect. Anyway, Elder Bai knew that only the top 3 monsters could do this, and the rest really couldn't. A gold-grade entry-level martial art that reached the transformation stage, coupled with the 9 demonic divine art and the Blood Shadow martial spirit. As a result, Ling Zhao's attack this time was not only powerful, but also terrifying. Yang Cheng was still trying to find Ling Zhao's position, but he didn't find anything. Divine Hell King Fist, slaughter. In a very strange position, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, and then threw a very fierce punch. The power of this punch was even stronger than when he dealt with Li Anil. Ling Zhao's entire right arm looked strange. His arm was covered with golden dragon scales, and one of his hands had turned into a dragon's claw. The terrifying fist force directly hit the air and made an explosive sound. It directly blasted towards Yang Cheng's weakest defense, whirlwind and clouds. At the critical moment, milky white true essence burst out from Yang Cheng's body and then turned into a fierce wind, completely enveloping him. Then, with him as the center, the fierce wind turned into a tornado and swept towards the surrounding area. This power was very domineering and terrifying. It was like a real tornado that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Boom, boom. The tornado and the dragon claw collided, making a terrifying sound that made many people's eardrums feel like they were about to burst. The scene was extremely shocking. Gulp! The spectators couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This scene was even more exciting than the previous battle between Yang Cheng and Lu Chang. They didn't even want to blink because they really didn't want to miss such an exciting battle. After the explosion, blood seeped out of the corner of Yang Cheng's mouth, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. He stood there with his hair disheveled, like a sword god descending to the mortal world. He had already drawn the long sword in his hand. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Ling Xiao's light figure landed on the edge of the challenge platform as if he was weightless. His face was slightly pale, but he didn't seem to be injured. Half-step master, your true essence is indeed vigorous, especially Yang Cheng. He's worthy of being the 10th outer disciple. His expression was as indifferent as ever. He looked at Yang Cheng and thought about the next battle. Yang Cheng's strength didn't exceed his estimation. He was indeed very powerful and definitely wouldn't be defeated that easily. Compared to Yang Cheng, Li Enel was simply a piece of trash. They were both half-step masters, but whether it was the ability to deal with the enemy or the intensity of their true essence, they were far apart. In the previous battle, if Yang Cheng didn't act hastily, and if he didn't directly find Yang Cheng's weakness, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage, even if he relied on the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. He would still be injured. Therefore, it was meaningless to just defend. He had to continue attacking. Yang Cheng stood there and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pale face suddenly turned red. Good. That's great. Ling Xiao, you're indeed stronger than that trash Lianel. You can actually injure me. Even if it was a sneak attack, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the end for you. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Really? You're so surprised that I injured you? If I defeated you, wouldn't you be committing suicide? Ling Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 276. Both of them were preparing for their next attack. The more powerful one was, the more cautious one had to be. No one was willing to reveal their trump card. During this time, the onlookers couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scene just now was so tense that they even forgot to breathe. Yang Cheng's strength was needless to say, but what was up with Ling Xiao's movement skill? That speed, that level of strangeness, it was definitely not inferior to a half-step master, or even stronger. And the power of that punch was definitely not inferior to that of a half-step master. Was this guy really a peak 8th level martial vein, realm martial master? Lan Yu, Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and He Suo were all surprised and in disbelief. Was Ling Xiao going to break the 100,000-year tradition of Yuehua school? He defeated a half-step master with his peak 8th level martial vein realm cultivation. Just as they thought of this, before they could catch their breath, the situation changed again. Yang Cheng made his move. As a half-step master, he was actually injured by Ling Xiao, who was only a peak 8th level martial vein realm martial master. His face and self-esteem were both humiliated. Wind and cloud art, spring wind and rain step, wind and rain sword technique, gold grade entry level internal cultivation skill, gold grade entry level movement skill, gold grade entry level sword technique. Yang Cheng didn't hold back at all. Terrifying true origin leaked out from his body, causing a raging wind. His figure suddenly disappeared, like a raindrop in the wind, instantly pouncing on Ling Xiao. At this moment, except for Lan Yu, Elder Bai, and a few others, no one could see Yang Cheng's figure. The situation was exactly the same as when Ling Xiao attacked Yang Cheng. It seemed that Yang Cheng also wanted to show his strength in his movement skill and let Ling Xiao know how to be afraid. His spring wind and rain step and wind and rain sword technique complemented each other under the effect of wind and cloud art. Obviously, they had improved a lot. The speed of his movement skill was faster. The power of his sword technique was stronger, and the wind and rain true origin produced by wind and cloud art could be released without any hindrance. This was a perfect combination. I've long heard people say that the most frightening thing about Yang Cheng is that his martial arts always complement each other. Even if he's at the same level, he's always much stronger than others. That's right, his arrogance is not without reason. To be able to enter the top 10 of the outer disciples, he naturally has his own unique advantages. The disciples below the stage were discussing animatedly. It was true that once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not he was an expert. From the looks of it, Yang Cheng's movement technique didn't seem to be inferior to Ling Xiao's, and his attacks were even better. Under the cover of that terrifying true essence, Ling Xiao was like a small boat in the middle of the sea, capsized by the fierce waves in an instant, and then completely submerged. The third style of the snow lotus sword technique, congealing water. The drifting snow sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's right hand. With a slash, a cold aura immediately covered the entire square. So cold, many disciples below the stage couldn't help but shudder. The snow lotus sword art was currently Ling Xiao's most powerful martial skill. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily use it. But today, under the condition of suppressing his cultivation, the snow lotus sword art had no choice but to use it. Yang Cheng was too strong, more than 10 times stronger than Lianal. His sword looked like a crystal and actually emitted a blue light. With this slash, Yang Cheng's originally fierce aura instantly became stagnant. Yang Cheng's wind cloud true essence was actually frozen. A very strange scene appeared on the stage. Yang Cheng, who was originally close to Ling Xiao, seemed to have been frozen into an ice sculpture by the deep winter's cold. Although in a flash, the ice sculpture's shell shattered, and Yang Cheng had already broken free from it, but because of this, his attack came to an abrupt end, and he frantically retreated, because he was very clear that his true essence was not flowing smoothly, and, at this time, forcefully attacking would not do him any good. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him, because this move also consumed a lot of his true essence. He was using the mountain river martial spirits, devouring true essence ability to transform Yang Cheng's wind cloud true essence into his own true essence, in order to make up for the previous consumption. Against Yang Cheng, he couldn't be careless at all, and he had to always maintain sufficient true essence. Snow lotus sword art, flying snow. After a moment, Ling Xiao launched his attack. It was still the snow lotus sword art, but it had changed to the first move, flying snow. This first move was the fastest, and it was the most difficult to guard against. Behind him, the blood shadow martial spirit had already disappeared, and was replaced by the dark cloud martial spirit. This martial spirit, which he obtained from a ninja warrior, was most suitable for moves that could cause changes to the surrounding environment. Similar to wind, thunder, rain, lightning, snow, anything could be used. The dark cloud martial spirit condensed above Ling Xiao's head, and snowflakes drifted down from the dark cloud, accompanied by Ling Xiao's sword light, and instantly swept out, as if it had turned into a snow dragon. Kacha! Slash! Ling Xiao's sword directly pierced through the tornado surrounding Yang Cheng, and then penetrated his protective true essence, leaving a very obvious sword wound on Yang Cheng's shoulder. This was because Yang Cheng's movement skill was excellent, and he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, this sword would have directly taken his life. A half-step master was indeed powerful, but Ling Zhao's sword definitely had the power to kill a half-step master. Yang Cheng stared at the wound on his shoulder. Although it wasn't very serious, it was a very serious blow to Yang Cheng's self-confidence. This was already the third time that Ling Xiao had repelled him, and the second time that Ling Xiao had injured him. And he had yet to leave a single wound on Ling Xiao's body, at most. He had made Ling Xiao's face pale. Yang Cheng was actually injured again. Many onlookers even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, afraid that they had some kind of illusion. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao injure Yang Cheng again and again? In fact, this was not strange. Although Yang Cheng's strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein, he had fallen into Ling Xiao's control from the beginning. From Ling Xiao's first attack to Yang Cheng being repelled for the third time, Yang Cheng was completely led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Under such circumstances, Yang Cheng couldn't use all his energy to fight in order to be able to react in time. If he didn't use all his strength, he naturally wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in the soul entrancing state, so he could see everything clearly. He could even grasp Yang Cheng's true essence and blood circulation. He knew that not only was Yang Cheng's mind in a mess, but his true essence was also in a mess. Therefore, he suddenly attacked again. The fourth move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Icy Heart. The first move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow, with the help of the fourth move and the enhancement of the Dark Cloud Martial Soul, Ling Xiao's flying snow sword shone brightly, and the snowflakes in the sky almost covered the entire platform. That sword was as gentle as the flying snow, but as refreshing as lightning. However, when it was released, it was so terrifying. Chapter 277. Even the flow of the wind followed Ling Xiao's drifting snow sword, as if adding a pair of wind wings to his drifting snow sword. If one looked carefully, Ling Xiao's right hand that was holding the sword changed again. It was still in the demonized state, but it was not a dragon claw, but an ancient giant ape's palm. Evil Beast Demon King, the king of all evil beasts. The demonization of the 9 Devil Divine art could naturally demonize part or all of the body into various kinds of evil beasts. Whether it was the ancient demon dragon or the ancient giant ape, they were just one type. Of course, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he could not fully utilize the power of demonization, but it was enough to greatly increase his attack and speed. This kid's moves can actually become stronger. He actually held back just now. Damn it! Yang Cheng was shocked and angry. He did not expect that not only could he not easily defeat Ling Xiao, but he was also completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. How could he accept this? Wind Sword Martial Spirit. Boom! After a terrifying explosion, a strange sword appeared behind Yang Cheng. It was surrounded by strong winds. It was the Wind Sword Martial Spirit, a type of sword martial spirit. Originally, Yang Cheng thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao without using his martial spirit. In that case, the impact on Ling Xiao would be even greater, and the victory would be even more shocking. But facing Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, he had no choice but to use his martial spirit. The Wind Sword Martial Spirit appeared. Yang Cheng shook the long sword in his hand, and a fierce tornado broke through the air. Its power was obviously much stronger than before. The wind raged, as if it was going to blow the snow away. Humph! You really think you can turn the situation around with your martial spirit? Not a chance. Cherry Tree Martial Spirit. Behind Ling Xiao, a giant tree suddenly appeared. Its huge branches and trunk blocked the attack of the wind. The Dark Cloud Martial Spirit and the Cherry Tree Martial Spirit worked together, and the 2 complete martial spirits released their power at the same time. In a flash, Yang Cheng's Wind Sword Martial Spirit was suppressed. The sword light kept flashing. Yang Cheng kept retreating. Ding! Ding! Thud! His figure was in a sorry state. There were already many wounds on his body. He was completely enveloped by Ling Zhao's sword light. This scene stunned all the spectators. They would never have thought that such a situation would occur. Yang Cheng has been completely suppressed. That Ling Xiao actually has 2 martial spirits. No, 3 martial spirits, and all of them are complete martial spirits. What a monster! No wonder he dares to challenge Yang Cheng. This brat really does have some skills. But even so, Yang Cheng shouldn't be in such a sorry state. What's going on? Who can tell me? Needless to say, the outer sect disciples were shocked. However, even people like Lan Yu, Elder Bai, and He Suo couldn't help showing astonishment on their faces. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were completely petrified. Su Ying immediately knelt on the ground. She had always felt that Ling Zhao's killing of Zhuolong was purely a sneak attack. She felt that as long as she joined Yuehua school, she would be able to avenge her fiancé sooner or later. But now, her confidence was gone. Who was Yang Cheng? Yang Cheng was the 10th strongest among the outer sect disciples and a half-step master. He was 10 times stronger than Li Anil. Everyone knew his strength. But now, he was being suppressed by a peak level 8 martial vein master. He couldn't even take care of himself. Wind and Cloud Dragon. Roar. Just as Yang Cheng was about to be forced to the edge of the stage, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. The wind sword martial spirit behind him showed a faint shadow of a dragon. It seemed that the martial spirit was coiled by a divine dragon. At this moment, a terrifyingly powerful true origin chi burst out from his body and rushed forward towards Ling Xiao. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Below the stage, more than a dozen outer sect disciples were covered in blood. They were obviously seriously injured. A few of them even had their bones broken. Send him for treatment. The rest of you stand back. Elder Bai's voice rang out. He had not expected the battle to have such a turn of events. Yang Cheng's wind and cloud art had broken through at the critical moment and reached the transcendent stage, forming a terrifying scene. The power of this move was too great. Among the dozen or so outer sect disciples who were injured, 4 of them were potential inner sect disciples who were ranked in the top 30. The rest were peak level 9 martial vein masters. But he was injured to such an extent. Wouldn't Ling Xiao, a peak level 8 martial vein master, be blown to pieces? Elder Bai was a little worried. If something happened to Ling Xiao, wouldn't Hall Master Yang fight him to the death? However, when the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao was floating in the air without a trace of injury on his body. Even his clothes weren't dirty. It turned out that, at that moment, Ling Xiao had analyzed the terrifying power of Yang Cheng's attack, so he gave up on continuing to attack. Instead, he suddenly escaped and flew into the air with the cloud dragon Divine Travel. He easily dodged the attack, but the martial artists behind him who were watching the show had to suffer. Yang Cheng's face was gloomy. His clothes were tattered, and there were several bloodstains on his body. However, his wounds had already healed. His breathing had also returned to normal, but he was still panting heavily. Seeing Ling Xiao land on the ground, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. This was originally supposed to be a fun battle. They could just casually kill one of the beasts and obtain a 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. But he never expected this. The housefly had suddenly turned into an ancient giant beast, making him tired of dealing with it. If it wasn't for the wind and cloud art breaking through under great pressure, he would have been defeated. How lucky! Isn't Ling Xiao a little too terrifying? How can he be so strong? Yeah, even Yang Cheng couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Li Anil's loss is not unjust. Humph, it's more than that. Look at the situation of the two. Yang Cheng is in a sorry state, but Ling Xiao is completely calm. I don't even know who is a half-step master. The audience had retreated a lot, but it didn't affect their discussion. In my opinion, Ling Xiao is only strong in his movement and attack, but his defense is weak. The one who spoke was a quasi-inner disciple, a half-step master. Why? Lu Chong, who was also a quasi-inner disciple, asked. The reason is very simple. Have you guys noticed that from the start of the fight until now, Ling Xiao has basically never met Yang Cheng head-on? Once Yang Cheng's attack has the potential to injure him, he will immediately dodge. This shows that his body is relatively weak, and his defense can't withstand a single blow. Aren't many warriors like this? The quasi-inner disciple said with certainty. Yes, senior brother, you are right. Although it seems that Ling Xiao has the advantage now, as long as senior brother Yang touches him, he will definitely be finished. Li Anil had been treated. Although his injuries couldn't be healed so quickly, he could at least speak. He also supported the quasi-inner disciple's opinion. Chapter 278. Lu Chang shook his head and said, Who told you that a powerful attack and movement skill can't mean a powerful defense? Lu Chang, have you seen anyone who can perfectly achieve these 3 points? Li Anil asked. No, I haven't. Lu Chang thought for a moment. A person's energy was limited. If one was involved in too many things, it would be impossible to cultivate to the strongest level. Ling Xiao's attack and movement skill had undoubtedly reached the level of a half-step master. He was even one of the best among the half-step masters. It was not easy to balance these two aspects. Very few people could do it. How could he want to do the same in defense? That was impossible. Was Ling Xiao still human? Well, his defense might not be strong, but it shouldn't be too weak. Lu Chang couldn't insist on his opinion. Even if his defense is not too weak, he will be killed instantly if his defense is not at the level of a half-step master. Do you believe it? Li Anil smiled proudly. Originally, he was already a little worried, but after such an analysis, his confidence in Yang Cheng suddenly increased in an instant. Lu Chang didn't say anything. He had been defeated by Yang Cheng before, so he knew how powerful Yang Cheng's attack was. Now that Yang Cheng's wind and cloud art had reached the transcendent realm, his attack would only be stronger. Sai, could it be that Ling Xiao is just a shooting star that suddenly rose and will fall in the blink of an eye? Deep in his heart, Lu Chang hoped that Ling Xiao would break the rules. It was not only because he wanted to take revenge for his loss to Yang Cheng, but more importantly, he felt that if someone could break the rules, it meant that he could do it too. It was also a way to increase his confidence. However, after the analysis of Li Anil and the other half-step inner disciple, he lost his hope. Yes, it was just a flash in the pan. How could a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein be a match for a half-step master? His defense was his fatal weakness. Ling Xiao, your arrogance ends here. I admit that I underestimated you, but now you will suffer my most ruthless counterattack. I will let you know the price of injuring a half-step inner disciple. The wounds all over Yang Cheng's body had already healed. As long as it was not a severed limb, this kind of recovery ability was not a big deal for a half-step master. Immediately after, the crazy true essence that he had used to attack Ling Xiao was once again released. The giant sword that had been wrapped in the wind whistled behind his back. It was obvious that it was more frightening than ever before. At that moment, Yang Cheng's aura rose to the peak. There was actually a faint aura of a transcendent realm cultivator. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. It had to be said that the current Yang Cheng was indeed much stronger than before. Coup! The audience swallowed their saliva again, waiting for the next tense scene. Wind and cloud dragon, wind and rain dragon roar. Yang Cheng slowly raised the sword in his hand. At that moment, There was no one else in his eyes. Ling Xiao was completely locked in his aura. Above the long sword, there was a layer of solid true yuan. Compress, compress, compress again. This true essence was compressed to the extreme, as if it could explode at any time. Roar. As Yang Cheng swung the sword, the roar of a dragon rang out. No, it was more like the roar of a dragon. The long sword emitted an extremely strange spiral-shaped sword chi, which resembled a spiraling divine dragon. Wong. The air was completely distorted by the pressure. The spiraling sword chi, which was only a foot long, began to explode when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if he could see a wind dragon tearing through the void and rushing towards him, wanting to swallow him whole. This Yang Cheng, I didn't expect that not only did he break through the wind and cloud secret art, but he also comprehended the killing move of the wind and rain sword art. It seems that Ling Xiao is really in trouble. Elder by side, he had not expected that everything Ling Xiao had done would actually be for the benefit of someone else. Not only had he failed to defeat Yang Cheng, he had even allowed Yang Cheng to break through the shackles of his inner force mantra under immense pressure. He had even comprehended a powerful sure-kill technique. Under this unprecedentedly powerful killing move, Ling Xiao could feel that his true yuan was becoming sluggish. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. When he was locked in by this move, he knew that he couldn't rely on his movement technique to avoid it. This was because the speed of this move was even faster than his movement technique. You don't want me to dodge? Then I won't dodge it. At this moment, what he needed most was defense. Therefore, his martial soul changed again. Thunder Bear, martial soul. That's right, it was a complete martial soul, not a remnant. After joining the Yuehua school, he realized that all the outer disciples of the Yuehua school had complete martial souls. At first, he didn't understand why. Later, he asked Old Hall Master Yang, and understood that due to the Mountain River martial soul's reappearance in the world, the Yuehua school's Moonlight Pagoda was able to display its former power. As long as one entered the Yuehua school, the remnant martial soul would naturally improve rapidly until it became a complete martial soul. This was also the reason why Dai Yuling's martial soul was close to being a complete martial soul. His remnant martial soul was originally more complete than Dai Yuling's. Therefore, at this moment, his remnant martial soul had completely transformed into a complete martial soul. However, the improvement wouldn't be as fast. He still had to take it step by step. The Moonlight Pagoda could only help the remnant martial soul quickly improve. He believed that the other sects should have similar things. After using the Thunder Bear martial soul, Ling Xiao didn't stop increasing his defense. The third level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor, the 9 Demons Divine Art, Evil Beast Demon King, complete demonization, Ling Xiao's body underwent a huge change. At this moment, he was more like a Dragon Clan warrior wrapped in golden scales. Because it wasn't suitable for him to use a sword in this state, he withdrew the drifting snow sword and aimed his fists at Yang Cheng. Sizzle! Lightning came from the Thunder Bear martial soul and wrapped around his fists. No, to be precise, it was a pair of dragon claws. The Divine Hell King Fist, Thunder Kill. The Divine Hell King Fist under the Thunder Bear martial soul increased in power. In terms of momentum, it wasn't inferior to Yang Cheng's sword move. However, Ling Xiao knew that the purpose of this move wasn't to attack the opponent, but to offset part of the attack power of the opponent's sword move. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded. A pair of dragon claws wrapped in lightning struck the wind dragon. Boom! The wind dragon and the dragon claws met. Suddenly, two terrifying forces intertwined. A huge explosion sounded. A terrifying true origin vortex appeared between the two of them. The two different types of true origin intertwined. In an instant, there was no difference in strength. The people below were shocked to the core. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The two people on the stage didn't give way to each other. Boom. Chapter 279. In this collision, Yang Cheng had the absolute upper hand. His attack suppressed Ling Zhao's attack. However, the strange thing was that Yang Cheng was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the recoil. Ling Zhao was only pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the attack. His face turned pale for a moment, but it recovered in an instant. It was as if he was not injured at all. He was indeed not injured. Yang Cheng's attack was not weak, but after being filtered by the 3 layers of thunderclap extermination, demonized body, and sky dragon scale armor, when it hit his body, it only had the force of impact. And his valiant body did not care about this bit of power at all. Others thought that Ling Zhao was most outstanding in his body movement and attack. In fact, he was most proud of his defense and body. What's going on? That Ling Zhao was clearly hit by Senior Yang's attack, but he was not injured. Li Anil could not sit still and exclaimed, "Isn't that simple? His defense is probably not inferior to Jin Ming's at all. In my opinion, his defense is his most outstanding point." At this time, Lu Chang was excited. He originally thought that everything would be settled after this exchange, but he did not expect Ling Zhao to give him another surprise. This is impossible. Could it be that he cultivated a gold-grade entry-level defensive martial art, and that he cultivated it to the perfection stage? Otherwise, he would not be able to block this attack. You and I both know the power of this attack very well. Nothing is impossible. This kid is a professional in surprises. Who would have thought that he could fight Yang Cheng until now? Who would have thought that he could actually injure Yang Cheng? Who would have thought that he would have no less than 4 martial spirits? This is something that only people with special physiques can do. Lu Chang's continuous questions made Li Anil and the other prospective inner disciples who supported Yang Cheng speechless. On the challenge stage, the battle was still ongoing. Yang Cheng saw that his first attack was not effective, so he took the opportunity to launch a second attack. Still, wind and rain dragon roar. With the perfection stage wind and cloud art, he could launch this attack several times in a row, although it consumed a lot of energy in order to defeat Ling Zhao. He did not hesitate. "The same move won't work on me." Ling Zhao sneered and went up to meet him again. Divine Hal King's fist, thunderclap Ghost King Annihilation. Because he had a general understanding of Yang Cheng's move, Ling Zhao adopted a different attack strategy. The killing move was even more powerful. However, Ghost King Annihilation was much easier to grasp. Furthermore, it had a greater impact on one's soul. Ling Zhao had always believed that it was not necessary to use the strongest move, but to use it according to the situation. Under such circumstances, the slightly weaker Ghost King Annihilation was more suitable for his strategy. Although the momentum of this punch was not as strong as before, the phantom of the Ghost King was still quite intimidating. Furthermore, Ling Zhao's attack this time wasn't aimed directly at the front. His punch was aimed at the weakest point of his opponent's sword technique. He didn't know about it earlier, so there was nothing he could do about it. Now that he knew, he naturally had to make use of it. Seeing this, it was already impossible for Yang Cheng to change his move. The attack power of this move was too strong. He couldn't control it at will. This was a sure kill move. Ling Zhao was all too clear about it. Bang! Bang! Ling Zhao's punch firmly hit the weakest point of Yang Cheng's sword technique. It was obviously weaker than the previous thunderclap life annihilation, but the effect was even more shocking. The swaggering winged dragon was completely scattered. Then, Ling Xiao continued to press forward, not giving Yang Cheng any chance to think. Yang Cheng hurriedly responded, thrusting out his sword continuously. The power of his moves was getting worse and worse. It looked like he was at the end of his rope. Bang, 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 bang. After a few exchanges, Ling Xiao's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. As the battle dragged on, his true essence was constantly replenished. However, Yang Cheng's true essence was constantly being consumed, and it was a huge consumption. At this time, the battle had already lasted for half an hour. Yang Cheng's true essence was really being consumed. One was getting stronger and stronger. The other was getting weaker and weaker. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this situation. Looking at the two people who were constantly exchanging blows on the stage, the spectating outer court disciples all had an indescribable feeling. It was obvious that if Yang Cheng didn't have any trump cards, he would definitely lose this time. Ling Xiao was a complete dark horse. His terrifying battle strength had completely intimidated most of the outer court disciples. It was believed that after this battle, other than the top 10 outer court disciples, no one would dare to easily find trouble with him. Even those in the top 10 of the outer sect would have to consider the consequences of losing to him. Senior brother Yang won't lose. He definitely won't lose. Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. His true essence can't be stronger than senior brother Yang's. More vigorous. Ouch. Li Anil was really unwilling to believe the truth in front of his eyes. He almost shouted himself hoarse. The original wound tore open, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Didn't you say that the top 10 guys all have trump cards? Yang Cheng should also take it out, right? Lu Chong suddenly said. Yes, that's right. The top 10 outer court disciples all have precious grade artifacts, but senior brother Yang is still using his discarded fine grade artifact sword. Li Anil's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a treasured spear. There was no reason why Yang Cheng didn't have a treasure of that level. Since he couldn't win with his strength, then there was nothing wrong with relying on his treasured weapon to win. It was better than losing miserably. Yang Cheng should have 2 precious artifacts. One of them is a weapon, but I'm not sure about the other one. Lu Chong muttered. If he takes out his treasured weapon, Ling Xiao will probably still lose. It's such a pity. The old outer court disciples all knew about this, but they also didn't feel good in their hearts. A dignified top 10 outer court disciple actually had to use a treasured weapon to win. If this were to spread out, they would probably laugh to death. No, this guy's true essence seems to be endless, getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I will definitely lose. On the stage, Yang Cheng was extremely depressed. It seems that I can only use that thing. After all, he still cared about his face, so from the beginning he didn't plan to use a stronger treasure to crush his opponent. But Ling Xiao's performance was too monstrous and too unexpected. According to common sense, a martial master at the peak of the 8th layer of the martial vein should have exhausted his true essence by now. Even an early or middle 9th layer martial vein master should have almost exhausted his true essence. But this kid was too strange. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's total true essence was no less than a 1st layer transcendent realm cultivator. Not to mention, the mountain river martial spirit had the special ability to devour true essence and could constantly replenish it. If Ling Xiao's true essence was exhausted, then Yang Cheng's true essence should have been exhausted even earlier. Below the stage, Lan Yu's beautiful eyes were dull. Chapter 280. Lan Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. In all fairness, if they were at the same cultivation level, no, even if it was Yang Cheng, she would at most be evenly matched with Ling Xiao. It was absolutely impossible for her to win. This little brat was simply a true monster. She had been worried that he would be taught a lesson by Yang Cheng, but now it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. She suddenly had a strange thought. She was now a ninth-layer transcendent realm master. Perhaps in a year or two, this Ling Xiao would catch up or even surpass her. It's time to end this. Just as Lan Yu was thinking, she suddenly heard Yang Cheng's voice. At that moment, Yang Cheng suddenly took out a golden ball-shaped object from his pocket. That's a treasure-grade artifact, hidden weapon. Lan Yu couldn't help but feel her heart in her throat. A treasure-grade artifact was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of a half-step grandmaster. It could easily kill cultivators below the peak of the ninth-layer martial vein. Apart from the inner sect disciples, only the top 10 outer sect disciples were qualified to obtain such an artifact. Ling Xiao, be careful! Lan Yu couldn't help but shout. She knew that a treasure-grade artifact's hidden weapon had terrifying lethality. Ling Xiao naturally knew this as well. Furthermore, the moment Yang Cheng took out that item, he understood what was going on. This battle couldn't continue. If the other side used a treasure-grade artifact, this battle would lose its meaning of training. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He didn't want that to happen. One had to know that the reason he challenged Li Anil and Yang Cheng today was to take revenge and teach them a lesson. If he was beaten badly, instead, what was the point of fighting? It was indeed time to end this. Ice Heart, terrifying finger. Until today, Ling Xiao still didn't understand what kind of martial art this terrifying finger was. He had learned this move from the blue-clothed woman he met in the dragon-subduing mountain range, and had almost perfected it. But the more he used it, the more frightened he became. This was because this move, in terms of damage to the body, was not inferior to the Snow Lotus Sword technique. In terms of lethality to the soul, it far surpassed all his other moves. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy, and the more perfect it was, the greater the consumption. This was also the reason why he didn't want to use this move too often. Today, the combination of the Ice Heart and the terrifying finger could be considered a brand new attempt. He had used it on his martial spirit avatar before. Ice Heart could freeze the body and soul with the finger of terror. This move did not have the slightest bit of momentum. It was plain to the extreme. He simply raised his hand and slowly pointed a finger. Buzz, the moment he made his move, the spiritual ether at his fingertips turned into a thin ray of light. Suddenly, it swallowed the surrounding natural ether. How did he know this move? Elderby stood up abruptly. His expression was uncertain, but he also seemed to be a little confused. No, it seems a little different. But why is the aura so similar? In fact, Elderby was not the only one who was surprised. Lan Yu was also surprised. She also felt a familiar aura from Ling Xiao's terrifying finger. But he couldn't be sure at the moment. What is he doing? This was Yang Cheng's thought before he collapsed. He was prepared to use the most lethal weapon among the treasured artifacts to end the battle. But suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao pointing at him. There was no reaction at all. He only felt pain on his body. And then his whole body was filled with a cold aura. Especially in the depths of his soul, it was as if it was completely frozen in an instant. Bang! Yang Cheng fell straight on the stage. A small bloody hole was very conspicuous on his shoulder. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an exchange of pointers within the sect, this small hole would have appeared in between Yang Cheng's eyebrows or his heart. He had really managed to save his life. Suddenly, Yang Cheng, who was lying on the ground, let out a heart-wrenching scream. He began to roll around crazily and began to scratch his head as if he wanted to dig it out. Boom! Due to carelessness, The treasured artifact that he had prepared to use to attack Ling Xiao was activated. It was a fire and lightning attribute hidden weapon. After it exploded, Yang Cheng's whole body was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight, and his face was almost unrecognizable. Even his eyeballs were blown out of their sockets. Both of his legs had long been blown to God knows where. He had become a cripple. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he attacked first. Otherwise, if he was hit by this hidden weapon, even if he didn't die, he would be severely crippled. This Yang Cheng had completely forgotten the sex rules. In his rage, he wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. In the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Sympathy? Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest sympathy. He really wanted to kill this kind of person, but he couldn't do it because of the sex rules. What a terrifying finger. Although many people didn't see clearly what happened with Ling Xiao's finger, they saw the result clearly. Yang Cheng was crippled. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Even if the hidden weapon didn't explode, Yang Cheng's heart-wrenching scream made people shudder. Is it really our sex dragon-slaying finger? Elder Bai was still puzzled by this question. Lan Yu also had the same question. On the stage, Yang Cheng had already fainted. Someone had already carried him off the stage and sent him to the medicine hall for treatment. No matter what, Yang Cheng was still a disciple of the Yuehua school. He still needed to be treated. As for what would happen in the future, it wasn't something they should consider now. Elder Bai, aren't you going to announce the result? Ling Xiao looked at Elder Bai and asked, "Oh yes, the result." Elder Bai recovered from his thoughts and announced loudly, Ling Xiao challenged the 10th outer disciple, Yang Cheng, and won. He will replace Yang Cheng and become the 10th inner disciple. Elder Bai's slightly agitated voice echoed in the square. Originally, he only had a little bit of expectation for Ling Xiao. He didn't expect this kid to really do it. It was too surprising. Go back and tell the top 30 outer disciples who didn't come to watch the battle. If you continue to be stubborn, you will only be defeated one by one, just like Yang Cheng's ending today. Taking advantage of Yang Cheng's defeat, Elder Bai also said what he wanted to say. This was what he had always wanted to express. It was a pity that in the past, no one could challenge the foundation of the top 30 outer disciples. His words obviously didn't have much effect, but it was completely different today. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He didn't care about Elder Bai's purpose. He only cared that after this battle, no one would come looking for trouble. He looked coldly at Li Annal and the others. Chapter 281. Li Annal slumped to the ground. No matter what, he wouldn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao. As for Tian Chao, who had once caused trouble for Ling Xiao, he directly knelt on the ground and kept muttering something. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't a person who would take advantage of others. As long as these people didn't provoke him in the future, he wouldn't bother to deal with them. As for Li Annal and Yang Cheng, he left them for Wu Xiang. He didn't need to kill them. In the cave house in the distance, He Suo had been watching the battle. Damn it! Master said that we don't need to pay attention to this person, and that he won't be able to cause any trouble. But now, this kid has already defeated Yang Cheng and established his prestige in the outer sect. In the future, he might become a big problem. He Suo was different from the flame deity. The flame deity didn't bother to care about the younger generation, especially one with no talent. He was very busy. How could he be in the mood to care about this? But He Suo didn't care. He had been paying attention to Ling Xiao since the day he entered Yuehua school. Ling Xiao, this guy, although his talent wasn't very good, his fighting skills were too amazing. He had repeatedly beaten the people he sent. Now, he had hooked up with Lan Yu. Originally, he thought that Yang Cheng could easily defeat Ling Xiao and embarrass this kid in front of Lan Yu, then Lan Yu wouldn't mix with this kid. But who knew that the result would be the opposite of what he wanted? He was so angry that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. But he knew that he couldn't do that, not to mention that he couldn't get past Elder Bai. Even with Ling Xiao's movement technique, he might not be able to catch up. Now that this kid was protected by Lan Yu, and Hall Master Yang, he couldn't do anything unless he didn't want to stay in Yuehua school anymore. With these people protecting him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to do anything. Senior brother, He Suo, aren't you thinking too highly of this Ling Xiao? The reason Yang Cheng lost was purely because he neglected his cultivation. Jin Ming, who was sitting beside He Suo, was very calm. He said he was going into seclusion, but he was actually in He Suo's cave. With He Suo's guidance, his improvement was naturally faster. You think so? He Suo asked. That's right. Yang Cheng has been very complacent recently. He's been slacking in his cultivation. It's already good enough that his strength hasn't regressed. It's impossible for him to make any progress. He only has himself to blame for losing to Ling Xiao today. Jin Ming said indifferently, Then do you have the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao? He Suo asked again. Jin Ming nodded and said, Senior brother He Suo, you're overestimating others' morale and diminishing your own. Against this little brat Ling Xiao, I can win in less than 5 moves. He Suo didn't doubt Jin Ming's statement, because Jin Ming was simply a martial arts fanatic and would never lie. Unless he misjudged Ling Xiao's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to exaggerate. The top 10 of the outer sect were all difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao actually took so long to deal with the weakest 10th place disciple, and in the end, he was almost overturned by Ling Xiao. It was enough to show that Ling Xiao's strength was just SOSO. And in the top 10, every time one moved up a rank, their strength would more than double. The further one went, the more terrifying their strength would be. The top 3 outer sect disciples even had the experience of defeating a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. And Jin Ming was one of these 3 people. If he could even defeat a transcendent realm master, what could Ling Xiao, a mere peak 8th layer martial vein, count as? Thinking of this, He Suo couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was really a little too nervous. In fact, it was completely unnecessary. Elder He is here. Since you're here, come and have a cup of tea. Suddenly, He Suo cupped his fists towards a dark corner. Elder He, like Elder Bai, was one of the 2 great elders of the outer sect. He was responsible for daily affairs, and his strength was second only to the hall master of the outer sect main hall. And this Elder He was from the same clan as He Suo, so their relationship was very good. In addition, Elder He had been taken care of by the flame deity in the past, so if the flame deity or He Suo needed anything, he would usually help. Greetings, Elder He. Jin Ming got up and bowed his head. This Elder He was also a 9th layer transcendent realm master. Although Jin Ming could defeat a first-order transcendent realm cultivator in front of a 9th layer transcendent, he was just an ant. So, naturally, he had to be respectful. No need for formalities. He Suo, I've observed this Ling Xiao that you're talking about. It's really amazing. I don't know what his talent is, but his combat ability is definitely too outstanding. Even this old man can't compare to him. Elder He was dressed in black, and his face was haggard, as if he was about to become a skeleton. But one couldn't underestimate this person. Even the flame deity had to show him some respect. After all, a 9th layer transcendent realm master could break through to the heaven realm at any time. Is he really that powerful? He Suo frowned. Ha! But you don't have to worry. Although his combat skills are superb, they are limited to those below the transcendent realm. Jin Ming was right just now. He should be able to easily defeat Ling Xiao. But 5 moves won't be enough, at least 30. Elder Hay smiled as he sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry." Jin Ming frowned, but didn't dare to refute. "Elder Hay, that little brat Ling Xiao, once injured me, disrespected my honored master, and is also the disciple of that old man Bai Yun. Can't you find an excuse to teach him a lesson? I don't need you to do anything. Just don't let him grow." He Suo said, as he poured tea for Elder Hay. "Teach him a lesson? Ha! Do you want me to offend Old Hall, Master Yang, and Sister Lan?" Elder Black sneered. "Not to mention that we can't afford to provoke Miss Lan's master, nor can we afford to provoke Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame. Let's just talk about Old Hall Master Yang. I still want to get more pills from him. If I offend him, how much will I lose?" "That can't be. Elder Hay, that Ling Xiao is just doing odd jobs in the medicine hall. Could it be that Old Hall Master Yang will make things difficult for you? Because of him?" He Suo asked in confusion. "What do you know? Old Hall Master Yang wanted to accept that brat as a disciple many times, saying that the brat has talent in alchemy, but that brat actually refused to acknowledge him as a master and was only willing to follow him as a medicine boy." Elder Hay scolded, "But this old man has talked with Old Hall Master Yang before. He really trains this brat as his successor and cherishes him. With his temper, if anyone really dares to bully Ling Xiao, Old Hall Master Yang will definitely explode." "What?" He Suo was even angrier. How could Ling Xiao be so lucky? He actually found such a good backer as soon as he entered the sect, so that he couldn't deal with this brat openly. You can't do it openly, but you can still make things difficult for him behind his back, but the risk is too great. Ha! This old man won't do a losing business." Elder Hay suddenly said. When He Suo heard this, he secretly scolded this old thing for being insatiably greedy, but sometimes being insatiable was a good thing, as long as he could do things for him after being greedy. "Don't worry, Elder Hay, the benefits I gave you in the past will be doubled. What do you think?" He Suo said with a smile. "Seeing that you and I are of the same clan, this old man will give you a discount. Increase it tenfold. This old man can consider it." Chapter 282. Old Fox. Bah! Looking at Elder Hay's back, He Suo couldn't help but curse. Elder Hay's request was too high. He couldn't satisfy him with 10 times the reward. But it didn't matter. He didn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao openly, but he could do it secretly. Moreover, no one would say anything if he did it according to the sect's rules. After the battle between Ling Xiao and Yang Cheng, he could feel that his comprehension of Snow Lotus Sword technique and Divine Prison King Fist had improved. This was the benefit of actual combat. It was definitely not something that could be achieved by sitting there and cultivating. He wasn't injured, but he had consumed a lot of energy. However, in front of outsiders, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Just like before, he slowly walked down the challenge stage, facing the fearful and jealous gazes of all the outer disciples below the stage. He walked to Lan Yu's side. "Senior sister, I didn't let you down, right?" He grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, showing the innocence of a child. Yes, he was only 14 years old now. Wasn't he just a child? "Humph, you actually made us worry. How should I punish you?" Lan Yu said angrily, "Why don't I invite senior sister, Old Hall Master Yang, and you Ling to have a meal together?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Okay, but you have to cook it yourself. Moreover, the ingredients must be at least 100 years old. Otherwise, it won't be good for us martial artists." Lan Yu said with a smile. This wasn't the first time she showed a bright smile in front of Ling Xiao. Thanks to Ling Xiao, the other outer sect disciples had a feast for their eyes today. More than 100 years old. Okay, no problem. Ling Xiao thought about it. In his mountain river world, there were not only 100-year-old ginseng and antler, but also 100-year-old pheasant. In addition, there were also some 100-year-old seasonings. It shouldn't be a problem to make a ginseng chicken soup. So he agreed. Only he could do it. Others really didn't have this ability. It was too extravagant to use 100-year-old ingredients to make dishes. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He believed that as his ability as master of the mountains and rivers continued to improve, he would be able to use materials that were 500 years old, 1,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old to make dishes at will. In fact, perhaps it was because he had once been a little beggar, but his desire for good food far surpassed his desire for pills. Fortunately, the two didn't contradict each other. In fact, if he understood pharmacology, it would be easier for him to match them when cooking dishes in the future. Keep bragging. Do you think it's so easy to get materials that are more than 100 years old? Lan Yu really didn't believe it. After all, the longest living person in Yuehua school was only 300 to 400 years old. Materials that were over 100 years old were really hard to come by. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, junior brother Ling. You've actually really defeated Li Anil and Yang Cheng to become a quasi-inner court disciple in one go. You've simply revealed your invincible might, and it's truly admirable. Zhao Xi was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. This person was not on the same side as Ling Xiao, but he had always tried his best not to offend Ling Xiao, which could be considered a very wise decision. Senior brother Ling is too awesome. Let's see how those old outer court disciples can still show off now, especially that Li Anil. He even used a leather whip to whip us yesterday. Congratulations, senior brother Ling, congratulations, senior brother Ling. You're simply a role model for our generation. You've broken the 100,000-year-old record of Yuehua school. In fact, many outer court disciples were older than Ling Xiao. Since they had entered the sect at the same time, it was reasonable for them to address him as junior brother Ling Xiao, but they didn't dare to. Ling Xiao's strength made them fearful. Therefore, they simply addressed Ling Xiao as senior brother. It wasn't that they couldn't do this. After all, in the sect, strength was always respected. Zhao Xi couldn't lower herself to flatter Ling Xiao. This woman's personality was somewhat straightforward. Unfortunately, she couldn't lower herself to do so, and Ling Xiao wouldn't care about her. Su Ying, on the other hand, was dissatisfied. So what if you can defeat Yang Cheng? Your potential is not as good as mine. Even if you look very good now, you'll be worse than me in the future. Just wait and see. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Of course, she had to avenge her fiancé, but not now. This time, among the new disciples of Yuehua school, other than Leng Hao, who had been directly accepted as an inner court disciple by Heavenly Master Golden Light, Ling Xiao could be considered the first person to make it into the top 10 outer court disciples. After becoming a prospective inner court disciple, especially one of the top 10 prospective inner court disciples, Ling Xiao would have his own cave abode. This was more comfortable than living in the medicine hall's house. Of course, the best thing was that these cave abodes were built in places with abundant spirit qi and were protected by arrays. Not only would cultivation be twice the result with half the effort, but even if someone wanted to plot against him, they wouldn't be able to do it. As a prospective inner court disciple ranked 10th, the salary he received was naturally much higher than other outer court disciples. Ordinary outer court disciples only received 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 low-grade yellow-grade spirit pills every month. As a prospective inner court disciple ranked 10th, this amount was 20 times more. Moreover, he didn't have to do heavy labor. He only had to focus on cultivation. In addition, He had some special privileges that other outer court disciples didn't dare to imagine. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had to challenge Yang Cheng and Li Anil. However, these things would naturally be taken care of by the outer court disciples, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. What he needed to do was to go to the outer court headquarters to collect 10 low-grade, yellow-grade spirit pills and a precious long spear. This was what Yang Cheng and Li Anil had bet there. Of course, he also took back his 1,000-year golden snow lotus. He wasn't in a hurry to use this thing, so he still kept it in the mountain river world to cultivate for things like medicinal herbs. The older they were, the more spiritual they would become, and the more beneficial they would be to martial artists. A low-grade, yellow-grade spirit pill didn't sound like much, but it had to be known that this kind of spirit pill was actually better than the best pills in the secular world. It could even be said that this was a real pill. The pills in the secular world weren't real pills at all. When he returned to the medicine hall with Lan Yu, Old Hall Master Yang greeted him with a smile. He was the medicine hall's hall master and was very concerned about Ling Xiao. Although he didn't say much, he asked Lan Yu to tell him the result of the challenge immediately. If Ling Xiao was in danger, he would rush over immediately. "Kid, you're really good. You actually took care of those two brats. Well done, but don't be arrogant. A battle below the transcendent realm is just a small matter. In the future, you still have to concentrate on learning alchemy and become an outstanding alchemist." Old Hall Master Yang always felt that it would be a pity if Ling Xiao didn't become an alchemist. "Old Senior, you saw that I won. Shouldn't you give me a reward?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 283. Old Hall Master Yang took out a wooden box and placed a single pill inside. Stingy, just one pill. Ling Xiao certainly knew that this pill was extraordinary. He had read the basic alchemy, so he naturally understood what this pill's luster represented and what its aura meant. This pill was at least a high-grade, yellow-grade spirit pill. Even a 9th-layer transcendent realm master would crazily fight over it. This pill was called the Transcendent Body Shaping Pill. Swallowing it would neither temper one's body nor improve one's cultivation. However, this pill had a very big effect, which was to improve one's martial arts aptitude and reshape one's body, making it easier for one to reach the transcendent realm. To put it simply, if a half-step grandmaster swallowed this pill, their chances of breaking through to the transcendent realm would increase by 50%. If a 9th-layer transcendent realm cultivator swallowed this pill, their chances of breaking through to the heaven realm would increase by 20%. For Ling Xiao to say that he was stingy with such a powerful pill was purely a joke. This old man was really good to him. "Stingy? If you don't want it, then forget it." "No, of course I want it. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't want such a good thing?" He was now an early 9th-layer martial vein master, so his cultivation growth was a matter of course. Reaching the half-step grandmaster level was also a matter of course. But breaking through to the transcendent realm was a hurdle. With this transcendent body shaping pill, he could basically fill up this hurdle. As long as he cultivated, with the increase of his true qi, breaking through to the transcendent realm would be a completely smooth matter. "Senior sister, aren't you going to give me a reward?" Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yu again and smiled brightly. He thought that Lan Yu would flatly refuse, but who knew that she would directly take out a colorful stone? "This is a smelting stone," Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "You have good eyesight. You use a sword, but the treasure artifact you obtained from Li Anil is a spear, so obviously it's not suitable for you. However, if you have a smelting stone, you can ask a skilled artifact refiner to smelt this spear into a sword." Lan Yu smiled and said, "Of course the prerequisite is that you have to use a mortal artifact as a mold." "Thank you, senior sister." Ling Xiao really did not expect that this senior sister, who was as cold as an iceberg, would actually be so meticulous. Knowing that he needed smelting stones, he prepared them for him. "You're welcome. You promised to cook for us." Lan Yuer smiled. "Don't worry, I'll do it now. Ling Xiao, I also have a gift here. This is a martial yuan grass that I personally cultivated. It's not worth much, and it doesn't have any special effects. Although it's a little shabby, it's still a gift from me." Dai Yuling also prepared a gift for Ling Xiao. However, she naturally couldn't compare with Lan Yuer and Hall Master Yang. She was a special disciple who had just joined Yuehua school, so she could only give him a gift that was more meaningful than a gift. "Senior Sister Rain Spirit, you're too polite. I really like this gift." What Ling Xiao cared about wasn't the value of the gift, but the friendship. Who said that there couldn't be brotherhood between men and women? Dai Yuling, this girl, could become his best friend. Martial yuan grass is a medicinal herb that can only be cultivated by a plant martial spirit. This kind of grass doesn't exist in nature. Lan Yuer said, "Under 100 years, this grass doesn't have any special effects. However, once it's over 100 years old, martial yuan grass will become a treasure. It's a versatile grass that can replace all kinds of precious herbs in alchemy." "So, I actually got a treasure." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You have to live for 100 years first. Work hard to reach the transcendent realm, then you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Lan Yuer said, "Ling Xiao secretly thought, 1 year in my mountain river world is equivalent to 100 years. So, as long as I cultivate this martial yuan grass in my body for a year, it can achieve the desired effect." However, he wouldn't say this out loud. After that, Ling Xiao personally cooked. He used 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old pheasant, 100-year-old garlic, 100-year-old velvet, and 100-year-old spices to make a big pot of ginseng, velvet, and chicken soup. After this pot of soup, Dai Yuling directly returned to her room to cultivate. The spirit qi was too abundant. She was probably going to break through soon. After all, Dai Yuling was already at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. She wasn't far from breaking through. "Old senior sister, I'll go back to my cave and use this smelting stone and transcendent body shaping pill." Ling Xiao also got up and said goodbye. "Okay, you fought a big battle today. You're probably tired. Have a good rest. Come back tomorrow. This old man has something important to tell you," Old Hall Master Yang said mysteriously. "Can't you tell me today?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "No." "All right then, I'll see you both tomorrow." On the same day, Ling Xiao returned to his cave. Although this place couldn't be compared to the cave of an inner disciple, it was still much better than an ordinary residence. He rested for a moment before consuming the transcendent body-shaping pill, along with the remaining heaven essence bone-changing pill. With the advancement of his strength and the constant strengthening of his body, the medicinal strength he could withstand was also getting stronger. This was not a big deal. The originally ferocious medicinal strength, in Ling Xiao's eyes, had become gentle. It flowed through his meridians into his internal organs, seeped into his flesh and bones, and began to be absorbed. To give an inappropriate example, Ling Xiao's previous meridians were equivalent to a small river. If there was a flood, it would definitely break the riverbank. But now, his meridians were equivalent to a large river. Even the small river's water had become a trickle. It was also because of this that the medicinal strength could enter his body so gently as if it was a tonic. Even if the speed was very fast, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on him. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. If it were Dai Yuling or even Ming Tian, they would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao operated the superior gold-grade defensive martial art heavenly dragon golden body, combined with the quasi-gold grade inner force cultivation method, snow lotus truth, to speed up the absorption of the medicinal strength. At the same time, he continued to strengthen his body. In the process of accelerating the absorption of the medicinal strength, there was only a slight numbness, and it still didn't hurt. Looking at his body with his soul, Ling Xiao could clearly see that his body was slowly being transformed by the transcendent body-shaping pill. This kind of transformation was not only a transformation of the flesh and blood, but also deep into the cells. At the same time, he operated the mountain river martial spirit. From the mountain river martial spirit, a cool power naturally flowed out and combined with the energy of the transcendent body-shaping pill, continuing to strengthen his body and transform his body. He had long discovered that the mountain river martial spirit could transform his body. Chapter 284. Before Ling Xiao fused with the mountain and river martial spirit, his aptitude was on par with Ming Tian and Lung Hao. However, after the transformation of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could clearly feel that not only had his martial arts aptitude soared, even his memory, perception, and so on had all improved. The mountain and river martial spirit did not feel like a simple auxiliary tool. It had gradually merged with Ling Xiao's soul. As the degree of fusion deepened, his body would continue to transform and improve in all aspects. The awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit was actually very sudden. It was triggered by the remnant scroll that his grandfather, Hong Qi, had given him. He now had some doubts. Was his grandfather, Hong Qi, really a beggar? Who were his parents? Ling Xiao's suspicions were not without basis. As his horizons broadened, he began to understand the terror of the mountain and river martial spirit. If Hong Qi was just an ordinary person, how could he have such a valuable thing? Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. One day, the answers to these questions will be revealed. He believed that Hong Qi would not harm him. Perhaps for some reason, there were some things that he could not tell him. Then he could only increase his strength to make Hong Qi believe that he had the ability to protect himself. Other than that, there was probably no other way. About 2 hours passed. Ling Xiao's entire body was actually excreted a layer of black and smelly viscous liquid. This kind of thing was the impurities in the body. It was not the first time he had seen it. Ling Xiao knew very well that this meant that his body had once again become closer to the body of an extraordinary being. His entire body and soul had been sublimated. In the true sense, he had been reborn. Combined with some of the things he had comprehended after the battle with Yang Cheng and Li Anil, the accumulated strength erupted once again. His cultivation had also broken through to the middle of the 9th level of the martial vein. Of course, the external model was still the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. He could be very powerful in battle, but his cultivation could not increase so quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the flame deity. He was no longer afraid of He Suo. If he didn't have the full support of Empyrean Demon Flame, then even if He Suo had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to openly deal with him. After all, he now had a backer. As for the dirty tricks behind his back, he would just let them come. Ling Xiao was not good at other things, but he was best at making others suffer the consequences of their own actions. In fact, he had only digested less than 1/3 of the transcendent body-shaping pill's medicinal effect. If it were anyone else, they would have to consume all of their extraordinary body-shaping pills to achieve such an improvement. However, he only used 1/3 of it. This was all thanks to the mountain river martial spirit. With the existence of the mountain and river martial spirit, he would not waste the slightest bit of medicinal efficacy and could basically completely absorb it. Not only that, The special energy released by the mountain and river martial spirit could also increase the efficacy of the medicine. This was something that others could not do. As the strongest martial spirit, the mountain river martial spirit was definitely worthy of its role in assisting. As for combat, Ling Xiao hadn't tried it yet. Although he wanted to try it, in order to avoid becoming the target of public criticism, he tried his best to suppress this desire. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. Anyway, the rest of the martial spirits were enough. In addition, with the help of the transcendent body-shaping pill, the medicinal effect of the heaven essence bone-changing pill had been completely absorbed. This caused his almost stagnant, heavenly dragon golden body to break through the shackles again and advance to the 4th level in one fell swoop. The 4th level of the heavenly dragon golden body could cultivate the heavenly dragon martial vein. In other words, if the martial vein in the body completely transformed into the heavenly dragon martial vein, not only would the true essence be more stored, but it could also completely transform the true essence into the heavenly dragon true essence. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level, the next thing to do was to completely transform the snow lotus true essence in his body except for the thunderbolt true essence and the fierce beast true essence. The level of the heavenly dragon true essence was much higher than the snow lotus true essence. Moreover, it would not erase the characteristics of the snow lotus true essence. It could be said that it was very wonderful. After the quality of the true essence improved, all of his martial skills would also greatly increase the attack power of his martial skills, allowing his strength to greatly increase compared to when he fought with Yang Cheng. Obviously, if it was just the heaven essence bone-changing pill, it would be impossible to break through to the 4th level of the heavenly dragon golden body. At the very least, it would not be so fast. The biggest effect was the transcendent body-shaping pill, given by Old Hall Master Yang. This was the Yuehua school, one of the 12 sects. The opportunities here were really much more than in the secular world. Just because of a victory in a challenge and a random pill given by a hall master, he was able to achieve such a breakthrough. It was really a pleasant surprise. The speed of improvement of defensive martial skills was originally slower than other martial skills. So many people were actually unwilling to waste time on it. In the entire outer sect, those who really focused on defensive martial skills as their main means would not exceed 10 out of 1,000 people. And in the top 30 of the outer sect, there was only one person who focused on defensive martial skills as their main cultivation direction. He was Jin Ming. Even Ling Xiao did not focus on defensive martial skills. It was just that he was able to advance in all aspects. After the heavenly dragon golden body reached the 4th level, the degree of his body's toughness had already surpassed Jin Ming's. He had never lacked confidence, but in the past, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Jin Ming. But now, the situation had changed dramatically. With his current strength, although defeating Jin Ming would not be easy, it was no longer impossible. He was now more concerned about who to defeat, but the next 2 levels of the heavenly dragon golden body. The heavenly dragon golden body only had a total of 6 levels. The 5th level was already very terrifying. At this level, he would be completely reborn. His entire body would be transformed and upgraded, and he would have the complete heavenly dragon blood. He could be reborn from a drop of blood and break through to the transcendent saint realm. There was still the last level, which was the 6th level, impervious to fire and water, indestructible Vajra, rebirth of the soul, and an indestructible body. What kind of realm was this? Ling Xiao was really surprised. Such a terrifying defensive martial skill was only a superior gold-grade martial skill. Then, what realm would the Dragon Emperor's protection technique, which was even more terrifying than the heavenly dragon golden body reach? He was really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao was now only at the 4th level of the heavenly dragon golden body, but his physical strength was already more powerful than that of a half-step master. It could be said that just by relying on his physical strength without any true qi, he could now kill an ordinary half-step master, and the opponent would not be able to hurt him at all. That was how strong he was. It might be too early to say that he was invincible under the transcendent realm. After all, the top 3 in the outer sect were not to be trifled with. But even if he was not invincible, he was in an invincible position. After continuing to cultivate for a while, the sky had already darkened. Chapter 285. Ling Xiao created 2 clones and continued to cultivate the Imperial Sword Technique Bronze Scroll and the Divine Prison King's Fist. Lost for his soul, it entered the Mountain River world. The smelting stone was placed in the Mountain River world. There was no one in the small town's weapon shop, but it had the youngest refining equipment. Ling Xiao found the equipment to fuse the equipment, and then let his martial spirit clone operate it, placing the smelting stone, ice glass sword, and treasure spear into the equipment. This process was very simple, and anyone could do it. He didn't have to worry about the smelting after that. After the Mountain River martial spirit was activated, he only needed to consume some true essence, and the equipment would automatically operate. Ding dang! The smelting was complete. A brand new sword appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Compared to the previous ice glass sword, not only was it more beautiful, it also emitted a strange luster. A treasure sword was indeed better than the floating snow sword. During this period of time, unless he used 2 swords, the ice glass sword was hidden because there was no need for it. But now, after such a smelting, the ice glass sword that was about to be eliminated had regained a new life. Perhaps it was because of the heavenly dragon's true essence, but on the newly smelted sword, one could faintly see an ice dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. I'll just call you Ice Dragon Sword. Although the name was a bit tacky, Ling Xiao wasn't going to sell art. It was fine as long as he used it. With such a weapon, he would be able to be on par with Jin Ming, because the top 10 outer sect disciples all had treasure artifacts. If he didn't, he would be at a disadvantage. Smelting the ice dragon sword seemed simple, but it took a lot of time. After Ling Xiao finished, he realized that it was almost dawn. He withdrew his 2 clones and planned to rest for a while. Not to mention that he was only a martial vein realm cultivator. Even a transcendent realm cultivator needed to rest. It was just that he didn't have as much time as an ordinary person. Divine Prison King's Fist actually comprehended a new move, soul snatching. It had to be said that the shadow cultivation secret technique had really helped him a lot. Without it, even if he could create a shadow clone, he wouldn't have been able to use it to cultivate. The most important thing now was to find a higher level secret technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, the effects of this doppelganger's cultivation would become worse and worse. The bronze sword manipulation art has also entered the 7th level, and it can be considered as having just entered the realm of mastery. Purely in terms of instantaneous lethality, this sword manipulation art is already close to flying snow. As long as it reaches the next level, this sword manipulation art will once again become my most powerful instantaneous lethality move. Ling Xiao had not used the sword manipulation technique in the previous battles. One of the reasons was that it was unnecessary, and the other reason was that he felt that his level of cultivation was not high enough to use it as a trump card. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the stone bed and rested. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the moonlight pagoda. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and walked out of the cave. "Hello, senior brother Zhao." "Good morning, senior brother Zhao." Senior brother Zhao, you're going to the medicine hall. On the way to the medicine hall, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples, all of them had become enthusiastic. What made him the most speechless was that even though they had entered the sect much earlier than him, they still called him senior brother. It was as if they couldn't show their respect for him if they didn't call him that. He really didn't like to deal with this kind of situation, so he casually said a few words and sped up. Once he sped up, no one could catch up to him. In the past, when he met outer sect disciples like Li Anil who were ranked in the top 30, they would definitely not give way to him. But today, when Li Anil and Lu Chang saw him coming from afar, they hurriedly stood on the side of the road, lowered their heads, and cupped their hands in greeting. This made Ling Xiao feel a little proud. After all, he was only 14 years old. To be able to make people who had once looked down on him so respect him was an achievement. Why couldn't he be proud? As for Yang Cheng, that guy was still lying in the infirmary and hadn't come out. Not long after, he arrived at the medicine hall. Old Hall, Master Yang, was sitting there reading a book. When he saw Ling Xiao, he stood up with a smile and said, "How was it? Did you rest well yesterday?" "What rest?" "Senior, the transcendent body-shaping pill that you gave me is simply too useful. It has tormented me for an entire night, and it has greatly benefited me." Ling Xiao joked, but he was really touched by this old man. He wondered if he should just become Old Hall Master Yang's disciple. This old man was really good to him. But on second thought, although Old Hall Master Yang's status in Yuehua School was very high, his strength was still not as good as the flame deity. The flame deity didn't dare to deal with Old Hall Master Yang on the surface, but what if he did something bad behind his back? What a contradiction. Old Hall Master Yang, you spoil this Ling Xiao too much. He didn't come to the medicine hall for most of the day yesterday. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a green shirt next to him said very unkindly, "Qing Mu, as the deputy hall master, why are you arguing with a kid? There's no need." Old Hall Master Yang waved his hand and said, "I know you're the deputy hall master in charge of the discipline of the medicine hall, but Ling Xiao did have an urgent matter yesterday." "What urgent matter?" Qing Mu asked. "Is the challenge of the outer gate an urgent matter?" Old Hall Master Yang frowned and was a little unhappy. However, Qing Mu was obviously a straightforward person. He didn't care at all and continued, "Humph, there are too many challenges in the outer gate. If everyone asks for leave and doesn't come, how can the medicine hall operate? What if he challenges the quasi-inner disciples ranked in the top 30? Old Hall Master Yang narrowed his eyes and asked, "That's an exception. According to the rules, there's no problem. But him?" Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, "He's only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. The top 30 are all half-step masters. Who can he challenge?" "Ha ha, you really don't believe me. He not only challenged one, but two. One is called Li Anil, who seems to be ranked 26th in the outer gate. The other is Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th. Old Hall Master Yang's face showed a little pride. The little guy, he thought, highly of had performed so well. There was nothing wrong with being proud of him. "You lost miserably, didn't you?" Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Reporting to Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, "The potential intersect disciple's strength was stronger than I had imagined. I had to use all my skills before I was able to obtain victory." Ling Xiao said lightly, "Haha, I knew you would lose." You said you won?" Qing Mu obviously didn't expect such a result. He wasn't Old Hall Master Yang, so he didn't care what Ling Xiao did. He only cared that Ling Xiao asked for leave. "Yes, I won." Ling Xiao nodded. "Both of them?" "Yes. Many people went to watch the battle that day. If Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu doesn't believe it. You can ask senior sister Lan. She was there. Chapter 286. That's right. I can testify that Ling Xiao not only won, but he also defeated Li Anil, who ranked 26th, and Yang Cheng, who ranked 10th, in one move. Lan Yu came in from the outside, and her voice was full of unquestionable certainty. Novel, La, that's impossible. Qing Mu turned pale, with fright. Nothing is impossible. Is Deputy Hall Chief Qing Mu doubting my attainments in martial arts? Lan Yu frowned. How dare I? Deputy Hall Master Lan's attainment in martial arts is not inferior to Hall Master Yang's. I dare not doubt it. It's just too surprising that a martial vein, LV8 martial vein, LV8 defeated a half-step master. Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a monster. In addition, Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, Ling Xiao's challenge was agreed upon by Old Hall Master Yang and I. Does Vice Hall Master Qing Mu think that we don't even have this little bit of power? Lan Yu was not Hall Master Yang, so she would not give face to Qing Mu. Ha ha! Qing Mu smiled awkwardly. How could that be? Since that's the case, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. He hurriedly left the alchemy room as if he was running away. Yang and Lan, I have the flame deity to cultivate me. Sooner or later, I will be the new hall master of the medicine hall. At that time, you will see. Qing Mu was furious when he left. As for Ling Xiao, he has offended me, so he will make things difficult for him. He was the vice hall master of the medicine hall. He was very clear about the rules of the medicine hall. He could use the loopholes in these rules to attack Ling Xiao. Even Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yu would not be able to interfere. Old Hall Master Yang, you have to be careful. Qing Mu is very close to Mo Yen, and you know that Mo Yen has the wisdom bone. He is the most outstanding genius of the Yuehua school in the past 1,000 years. His martial soul is a little special, and even the headmaster is very indulgent of him. If he focuses on cultivating Qing Mu, you will be in trouble. Lan Yu's master was one of the grand elders of Yuehua school. She probably knew more about these secrets than Old Hall Master Yang. Ignore him. Old Hall Master Yang waved his hand and said, This old man has lived for so long and has seen everything. Mo Yan's aptitude is very outstanding, but his wisdom bone was stolen from someone else. It can't be completely integrated with his body. Sooner or later, something will happen. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Last Lan, please leave for a moment. I have some important matters to discuss with Ling Xiao. All right. Although Lan Yu felt strange why Old Hall Master Yang was so mysterious, since it was a secret, it wasn't good for her to stay. After Lan Yu left, Old Hall Master Yang directly called Ling Xiao to his cave mansion. This was the cave mansion of an elder, and the conditions were naturally better than that of an inner disciple. Just by taking a breath, he could feel his true qi increasing. Old senior, if you have something to say, this junior will keep it a secret for you. Ling Xiao said very seriously, This matter is about you, old man. You should talk to him. Old Hall Master Yang looked at the puppy on his shoulder and said, Ling Xiao, are you willing to worship me as your master? The puppy was very direct. It didn't have any opening remarks at all, and asked directly, Wait, what's going on? A fierce beast that can speak human language? What kind of level is that? Ling Xiao knew that if a fierce beast could speak human language, it was at least equivalent to an expert in the celestial realm. It could even be called an immortal beast. Ordinary beast, monster beast, fierce beast, and immortal beast were equivalent to an ordinary person, a martial vein realm cultivator, a transcendent realm cultivator, and a celestial realm cultivator. What fierce beast? This senior's origin is a bit special, so it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Just tell me if you are willing to worship this senior as your master. Your respected Old Hall Master Yang was cultivated by this senior. The puppy said proudly. No way. Ling Xiao was even more shocked. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, Little guy, you don't want to worship this senior as your master because you are afraid that this senior's strength is not as good as the flame deity. However, this old man of mine is much stronger than the flame deity. He is just relying on this beast's body to recover. If you worship him as your master, you will never regret it. But what about you, old senior? Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Ha, ha, ha. If you worship this old man as your master, you will be this senior's junior brother. Of course. Only the three of us can know about this. No one else can know about this. Old Hall Master Yang laughed heartily. That's right. I haven't told you my name after such a long time. My surname is Yang, and my name is Yang Danlin. Our master, who is also my old friend, can be called Yuan Venerate. In that case, this disciple is willing to worship Senior Yuan Venerate as his master. Ling Xiao knew very well that someone respected by Yang Danlin definitely wouldn't be weak. Furthermore, this Yuan Venerate's strength was even stronger than the flame deities, so he wouldn't have to be afraid if he worshipped him as his master. Very well, this senior will accept you as his disciple today. You will be considered my third disciple. The first one is not worth mentioning. The second one is Yang Danlin. He is also considered a friend of mine. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. The third one is you, Yuan Venerate said. However, this senior is not a member of the Weihua school, so you can call yourself Yang Danlin's disciple. This senior won't mind. This disciple understands. Very well, that's all for today. Given your current strength, I don't need to personally guide you. Danlin helped me impart knowledge on alchemy and medicine. You can also give him a few pointers on martial arts. If there are any problems that he can't solve, come to me. Yuan Venerate lay down and fell asleep again after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao, don't mind him. Yuan Venerate suffered a very serious injury. Furthermore, it was an injury to his soul, so he has to sleep frequently. Unless we are in danger, he generally won't make a move. Yang Danlin explained. This junior understands. He didn't mind. After all, he was only a martial vein martialist now. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or alchemy knowledge, Old Hall Master Yang Danlin's pointers were completely sufficient. All right, your next task is to continue strengthening your basic knowledge on pharmacology. Start learning advanced alchemy technique, advanced pharmacology, and fire manipulation technique. Yang Danlin didn't go to the medicine hall's library. Instead, he found these books in his cave abode. He was the hall master of the medicine hall, so this wasn't a problem for him. The other 3 books aren't difficult to understand. As for fire manipulation technique, it is slightly special. Yang Danlin explained. Fire manipulation technique only requires you to control the size of the flame and the duration of the flame. You also need to know when to use what kind of flame. Fire manipulation technique requires you to be able to control a variety of flames. Old Senior, how many types of flames are there exactly? Chapter 287. There are many, but for an alchemist, you only need to master 12 types of divine flames. They are civil and martial sacred flame, samadhi true fire, sun crimson flame, extreme in cold flame, death dark flame, myriad spiritual flame, heavenly punishment flame, reincarnation heavenly flame, primal chaos ancient flame, life sacred flame, cosmic demon flame, and destructive flame. Yang Danlin replied. I need to remind you that it is impossible to completely master these flames because each type of divine flame is a type of martial spirit. No one can completely master 12 types of martial spirits, so most alchemists only borrow these flames. And even if you borrow them, you can only get the civil and martial sacred flame and samadhi true fire. As for the other 10 types of flames, to be honest, even I have never seen them with my own eyes. I have only seen them in books. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao memorized the books that Yang Danlin introduced, including the Imperial Fire Technique, and digested and understood them. But there was a problem here. Even if he could understand the Imperial Fire Technique, he still needed to use it to control the flames. Yang Danlin's suggestion was to start with mortal flames. Mortal flames could actually be used to refine pills and medicine, but only materials under 100 years old could be used. The process of controlling mortal flames could be said to be similar to the 12 types of divine flames. It was just simpler, and controlling mortal flames did not require the martial spirit to cooperate. Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to condense a flame seed in his body. The flame seed looked like a small flame located in the martial artist's dantian. Under normal circumstances, only alchemists had them. The flame seed's final growth depended on the alchemist's final achievements. Generally speaking, the bigger the flame seed, the higher the alchemist's achievements. It was said that in ancient times, there were top alchemists whose flame seed could grow into a sun seed. The flame in their body was like a red sun, very powerful. Of course, this was not the strongest. After all, a seed was only a seed. Some alchemists guessed in their own writings that a sun seed could eventually become a real sun. Although this was just a guess, it was a guess that followed a certain pattern. It wasn't a random guess. Ling Xiao was looking forward to the future of this flame seed. His flame seed was only about an inch long. It was so small that it seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. It was not even as bright as a candle. However, with this flame seed, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort when refining pills. This was for sure. Hearing that Ling Xiao could condense a flame seed in 2 days, Yang Danlin's old face was both happy and shocked. It was as if he did not know how to express it. How about this? Since you've already condensed a flame seed, then from tomorrow onwards, you'll learn alchemy from little Lan. Remember, watch her every move carefully. Although little Lan's proficiency in alchemy isn't as good as this old man's, her talent is very high, so her foundation is very solid. There won't be any harm in learning from her. Yang Danlin was usually too busy, and the alchemy techniques he was using now were very complicated. It was obviously not suitable for a person who had just entered the sect to follow and learn. Lan Yu was considered a transition. Ling Xiao naturally understood the reason behind his arrangement. Receiving Yang Danlin's request, Lan Yu didn't have the slightest complaint or refusal. This made Yang Danlin very surprised. After all, alchemy techniques were unique to alchemists and alchemists. Many things could not be divulged except to their own apprentices. Even if they taught their apprentices, they would not reveal it. After all, it was common for the master to starve to death when teaching his apprentices. However, Lan Yu did not hide anything from Ling Xiao. According to her, Ling Xiao's medical qualifications were obviously better than hers. Naturally, she wanted to cultivate him. However, Yang Danlin was an experienced and knowledgeable old fox. He saw a hint of other meaning in Lan Yu's eyes. But since Lan Yu did not say it, he did not point it out. For the next few days, Ling Xiao followed Lan Yu during the day to learn the detailed process of refining pills. At night, he continued to cultivate. Of course, others did not know that there were always 2 doppelgangers in his cave. Although the speed was not as fast as the main body, they did not waste time. His martial soul doppelganger was in the mountain river world. He tried and perfected the alchemy techniques that Ling Xiao learned from Lan Yu, he gradually absorbed them and made them his own. Although Dai Yuling was Lan Yuer's apprentice, she did not get Lan Yuer's attention. Of course, Dai Yuling's main direction was not alchemy, but cultivating medicinal herbs. Dai Yuling's martial soul was very special. Every time she succeeded in cultivating medicinal herbs, her cultivation would improve. The more unique and outstanding the herbs she cultivated, the faster her cultivation would improve. This completely made up for her lack of martial arts aptitude, which surprised Lan Yu. Today, Dai Yuling was a martial vein, early-stage, 9th-layer martial master. Her cultivation was still improving. Ling Xiao occupied most of Lan Yu's time every day. He did not try it out because his martial soul doppelganger had done all the testing. What the martial soul doppelganger learned belonged to him. There was no doubt about it. During the learning process, Ling Xiao often asked some questions, which surprised Lan Yu, because these questions were not even noticed by her. Or maybe she was aware of them, but she could not solve them. In the end, Lan Yu was surprised to find that those ordinary alchemy techniques had been perfectly perfected by Ling Xiao. She became the one who asked questions and the one who was taught. After that, Lan Yu began to teach Ling Xiao her own alchemy techniques. His unique alchemy techniques were not simpler than Yang Danlin's alchemy techniques. Some of his creativity was even better than Yang Danlin's. But even so, Ling Xiao could still learn it easily in the state of soul immersion. Moreover, it did not just stay in his mind. His martial soul doppelganger had tried many things for him. Even if it was a unique technique, there were still some omissions. This was something Lan Yu could not do. She relied on her powerful ability to reduce mistakes as much as possible. But this method was difficult to promote. So Ling Xiao listed these omissions one by one and told Lan Yu his own opinion. Lan Yu was shocked. It could even be said that she was a little disappointed. However, she quickly tossed this feeling of disappointment aside. Because of the mutual learning with Ling Xiao, her alchemy techniques and pharmacology knowledge had improved by leaps and bounds. There were many things that were difficult to understand in the past, but after Ling Xiao's inadvertent hints, she suddenly understood. Now, she did not know who was the teacher and who was the student. Lan Yu really felt that her choice to teach Ling Xiao these things without reservation was really right. Ling Xiao not only did not disappoint her, but also benefited her endlessly. Lan Yu now found a way to refine pills that she could not refine in the past. Chapter 288. The benefits of learning alchemy from Lan Yu were not only the improvement of his alchemy skills. Novel. Lan Yu would give one or two of the elixirs she refined to Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao could temper his body and improve his cultivation when he returned to his cave residence at night. These dawn were not worth mentioning to Lan Yu. She could easily give them to Ling Xiao. However, for a martial vein realm warrior, these dawn were too precious to be bought even if they were willing to spend money. 7 days later, Ling Xiao had learned almost all of Lan Yu's skills. He even had his own unique opinions, which made Lan Yu unconvinced. At first, Lan Yu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, Ling Xiao was the top medical genius in the Yuehua school. But now he was easily surpassed by Ling Xiao. How could she not be happy about it? But as time passed, she gradually lost that feeling. She even felt a little happy. After all, a genius like Ling Xiao had learned alchemy and alchemy skills from her for so long. She could be regarded as half a master to him. If she needed Ling Xiao's help in the future, wouldn't it be very convenient? Besides, she had not been able to break through to the celestial realm because she had been distracted. Now that the medicine hall had Ling Xiao, she could put more energy into cultivation. In fact, since the 5th day, she had given some of the elixirs she refined to Ling Xiao. This showed her trust in Ling Xiao. At the same time, it was also to train Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. On this day, Qing Mu, the vice hall master of the medicine hall, came to the alchemy room with a very bad face. He questioned Lan Yuer as soon as he arrived. He asked why she had given some of the precious elixirs to Ling Xiao. He also said that there was a problem with the elixirs refined by Ling Xiao. Therefore, he wanted to punish Ling Xiao according to the rules of the medicine hall. Of course, this was a groundless accusation. The pills that Ling Xiao refined had been inspected by Lan Yu and Old Hall Master Yang. Their quality was even better than the pills refined by the two of them. So, how could there be a problem? When Lan Yuer was about to speak, Ling Xiao stopped her with a smile. Then he looked at Qing Mu and said, "Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu, are you sure there is a problem with the elixir I refined?" Naturally, could it be that this Hall Master would wrongly accuse you? Qing Mu said coldly. Haha, who knows? I heard that Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu is also good at refining elixirs. Is it because he thinks that my elixirs are better than yours that he is jealous and deliberately finds fault with me? With the support of Yang Danlin and Lan Yuer, Ling Xiao was not afraid of Qing Mu. You, don't talk nonsense, Qing Mu said angrily. Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, don't slander me. Ling Xiao said coldly. Since Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu thinks that there is something wrong with the elixir refined by me, how about this? How about we openly concoct pills in front of the medicine hall's higher-ups and disciples? Let's compete and see whose elixir is better. I don't want to compete with you. Qing Mu snorted coldly. Qing Mu, haven't you always wanted to be the hall master of the medicine hall? Yang Danlin slowly walked in from the outside. He looked at Qing Mu with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, if you can defeat Ling Xiao in a public alchemy competition, this old man will hand over the position of Hall Master to you without any regrets." Senior, Old Hall Master Yang. Ling Xiao and Lan Yu were both surprised. Yang Danlin often came to the alchemy room recently and occasionally taught them how to refine elixirs. So, he noticed the progress of Ling Xiao and Lan Yu. However, it was a little too risky for him to bet his hall master position with Qing Mu. Ha ha, Old Hall Master Yang, you must be joking. Although Qing Mu wanted to agree, he was afraid that Yang Danlin was deliberately testing him, so he did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Qing Mu, are you afraid? Yang Danlin sneered. You are an alchemist who has the civil and martial sacred fire seed and the civil and martial sacred fire martial spirit. Ling Xiao only has the mortal fire seed. You don't dare to bet with him? Qing Mu did not speak, but his face was a little red. Since you don't dare to bet with him, don't make trouble for no reason. I have personally checked Ling Xiao's elixir. If there is a problem with it, ask him to come to me. Yang Danlin suddenly raised his voice. Old Hall Master Yang, you can't be so protective, Qing Mu said with a pale face. Is this old man trying to protect his own today? What about it? Yang Danlin looked at Qing Mu and did not give him a way out. Good. In this case, you have to blame me. Yang Danlin, you said it yourself. If I win against Ling Xiao, you will hand over your position as hall master to me? Qing Mu's expression was a little ferocious. Perhaps because he was too angry, he had forgotten to be afraid and became rude. That's right. I said it. Good. Tomorrow at noon, we will officially compete in the Medicine Hall Square. Qing Mu said with a gloomy face. The requirement is very simple. Use the same materials to refine the same elixir. Whoever has the higher degree of perfection will win. No problem. Yang Danlin nodded. Qing Mu glared at Ling Xiao, and then there was a bit of contempt in his eyes. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could refine better elixirs than him. Ling Xiao had only been learning alchemy for a short time, and he only had the mortal fire seed. He was an experienced alchemist and had the powerful civil and martial sacred fire martial spirit, which was very helpful for alchemy. As for the so-called perfect elixirs refined by Ling Xiao, he always thought that Yang Danlin or Lan Yuer helped to refine them. Otherwise, wouldn't Ling Xiao be a real monster? He did not believe it. Senior, you don't have to do that. I just want to compete with him here, so that he won't find fault with me. You've put a lot of pressure on me. After Qing Mu left, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Not confident. Yang Danlin asked with a smile. How is that possible? It's good that you're confident. If you win this duel, you'll become an alchemist that the sect will focus on cultivating in the future. No one will dare to touch you. You'll even have experts protecting you. Qing Mu won't be able to find trouble with you anymore. Isn't that good? Yang Danlin wanted to settle this once and for all. Otherwise, if Qing Mu came to Ling Xiao again and again, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would not have the energy to study. All right then. Old senior sister Lan, don't worry. I will definitely exterminate this Qing Mu. Ling Xiao revealed a resolute smile. The next day, the Medicine Hall Square was full of senior members and disciples of the Medicine Hall. There were many inner disciples here, which was different from the outer disciples' challenge. This time, it was not about martial arts or fighting, but alchemy. An alchemist who had just joined the sect for less than a month wanted to compete with an experienced alchemist who had been in the sect for decades. This was simply unheard of. It's that Ling Xiao again. Chapter 289. What's wrong with him? An inner disciple asked. Senior brother, you may not know, but this Ling Xiao once defeated the 26th and 10th outer disciple, the half-step master, with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. He broke the record of the Yuehua school for 100,000 years. The old outer disciple replied, Hee, the element of chance is greater in the challenge of martial arts. However, alchemy is different. Alchemy requires proficiency and experience. It also requires an outstanding flame to complement it. Ling Xiao is playing with fire. His tail is already wagging to the sky. The inner disciple was also an apprentice of the Medicine Hall. Naturally, he knew how difficult alchemy was, so he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Qing Mu. In fact, except for Yang Danlin and Lan Yuer, all the audience thought so. Even the 3 elders of the Medicine Hall, who were the judges, thought so. These 3 elders' cultivation and alchemy skills were on par with Yang Danlin's. However, they were a few decades older than Yang Danlin and were nearing the end of their lives. Nevertheless, they were still the treasures of the Yuehua sect. At the very least, there would be no problems with their judgment, so they would be very fair as the judges. Well, let's not waste any more time. You two can start now. Today, each of you will refine a set of dawn. Let's refine a high-grade true elemental Dan. The materials have already been prepared. That's all. Whoever has the highest success rate and the highest perfection rate will be the winner. One of the elders announced the start of the alchemy. The high-grade true elemental Dan was a low-grade elixir. It was not even qualified to be called a yellow-grade elixir. However, it was the best elixir for martial vein realm warriors to improve their internal force and cultivation. In the secular world, it was difficult to find a single elixir. This alchemy competition was about operation, not ability, so it was impossible to give Ling Xiao an elixir that he couldn't refine. After all, no matter how good Ling Xiao was, he was just a low-grade alchemist. He could only refine low-grade elixirs. If Ling Xiao could refine the same elixir better than Qing Mu, then he would win. In terms of selecting materials, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster and more accurate. Even though the materials were already prepared, it was entirely up to them to decide how much to use or how little to use. If they used too much or too little, there would be problems. After selecting the materials, the two of them began to grind and roll the balls. Although this process was boring, it was necessary. After that, the two of them put the 20 life pills into the alchemy furnace almost at the same time. The life pill was a pill that had not been refined and did not possess the special effects of a pill. What came next was the key. Wow, it's the civil and martial saint fire martial spirit. Suddenly, the onlookers exclaimed. Ling Xiao hadn't lit the fire yet. He turned to look at Qing Mu. A ball of flame appeared behind Greenwood. What was interesting was that half of the flame was incomparably ferocious, as if it could incinerate everything. The other half was very gentle, but it was obvious that the effect of continuous heating was better. In the process of alchemy, there was a saying that there was a difference between civil and military. The so-called gentle fire was the slow enhancement of power in the form of a thin stream flowing in a long stream. The so-called martial fire was the activation of a strong power. The civil and martial sacred fire had the characteristics of both civil and martial fires, and its effect was even more outstanding. It was very suitable to be used for alchemy. Ling Xiao glanced at it, then retracted his gaze, and began to focus on his alchemy. Qing Mu's civil and martial sacred fire was indeed powerful, but it was enough to refine a low-grade, true essence pill. Ling Xiao had already refined a high-grade, true essence pill no less than 1,000 times in the Mountain River world, and had long since reached the point of perfection. The key was that the Mountain River world could simulate alchemy, and the process did not consume any materials. Of course, the refined elixirs could not be used. However, this process was almost no different from refining pills in the real world. Therefore, the pill refining techniques that Ling Xiao learned were all real, and there was nothing fake about it. However, Ling Xiao still encountered some small problems. He found that there was something wrong with his life pill. Generally speaking, the humidity, age, quality, and so on of the same batch of materials should be about the same. However, after refining the life pill, Ling Xiao suddenly found that the situation was wrong. His materials were too wet, as if someone had deliberately sprinkled water on them. In the crowd, two people were whispering to each other. Hee, that brat will lose for sure. His materials have been soaked by a special spring water. This kind of spring water has a very high ignition point, and ordinary fire can't evaporate it at all. His pill will never be able to be refined, unless he uses one of the 12 divine flames. Well done. If Hall Master Qing Mu wins this time, then he will be the real Hall Master of the Medicine Hall. In the future, you won't have to do the hard work of transporting materials. You can cultivate by my side. The second person was none other than He Suo. He Suo had been looking for a way to deal with Ling Xiao, but for such a long time, Ling Xiao either returned to the cave or was with Lan Yu or Yang Danlin. He had no idea where to start. However, this time, Ling Xiao wanted to compete with Qing Mu in alchemy. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Hall Master Yang Danlin, even used his position as Hall Master as a bet. How could He Suo not seize this opportunity to trip up Ling Xiao? It was not that he didn't believe in the ability of Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu, but he felt that Ling Xiao had too many accidents. So, in order to be foolproof, he asked the people who transported the materials to do something to Ling Xiao's materials. Thank you, Senior Brother He Suo. He Suo smiled and looked at the square again. At this time, Yang Danlin and Lan Yu also noticed that something was wrong. because Ling Xiao, who was supposed to light the fire, didn't light it at this time. Instead, he sat there in a daze. With their vision, it was not difficult for them to find that there was something wrong with the materials. Old Hall Master, should we announce a pause? It will be troublesome if it goes on like this. Lan Yu asked nervously. Yang Danlin's face also showed a serious expression. He used his position as medicinal hall master as a bet. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any pressure, especially when he knew that Ling Xiao's materials had been tampered with. No, if we interrupt the competition now, others will think that we are cheating. Yang Danlin shook his head. He didn't want to interrupt the competition, but once it was interrupted, he would have no face to continue to be the medicinal hall master in the future. Even if it was found that someone had tampered with the materials, it would be his incompetence. It would have nothing to do with Qing Mu, but if it goes on like this, we will lose. Lan Yu was a little anxious. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Anyway, the alchemy time of the high-grade Jinyuan Dan is half an hour. It's still early. Yang Danlin wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His fate had been involved with Ling Xiao. Now, he could only hope that Ling Xiao could solve the problem by himself. Would a miracle happen? Phew! Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and tried his best to calm himself down. Chapter 290. Ling Xiao had already analyzed that these materials were drenched by a special spring water, and this kind of spring water could not be evaporated by ordinary flames. Novel, if the water could not be evaporated, then the pill would not be able to take shape. What should he do? The method was very simple, and that was to use the God Flame. No, it didn't have to be the God Flame. As long as it was a flame of a higher grade than ordinary flames, it would suffice. Got it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through his mind, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. Hence, he started to light the fire. There was a problem with the materials, so the following steps had to be done perfectly and absolutely could not be flustered. Whereas on the other side, Qing Mu had already started to control the fire, and he could even smell a faint medicinal herb fragrance, which was emitted after heating. He turned his head and took a look. Under Qing Mu's control, the civil and martial sacred flame was like an obedient slave, and the entire process was extremely smooth. But for some reason, Ling Xiao seemed to hear an indignant roar. It must be an illusion. He shook his head and no longer looked at Qing Mu. He returned to his own pill furnace, selecting the materials, creating the life pill, and then lighting the fire. Lighting the fire sounded very simple, as if it just needed to be lit. However, it wasn't like that. Every kind of pill required a different flame size and temperature. For some high-grade pills, there were even more special requirements. Originally, the high-grade true elemental pill didn't have a high requirement on the flame, and it only needed ordinary flames. But after being drenched by the special spring water, it required a special flame to solve the problem. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and placed a special piece of spiritual charcoal into the furnace. Then, he ignited this piece of spiritual charcoal. At this moment, the spiritual charcoal was still burning with ordinary flames. But no one noticed that Ling Xiao had quietly placed his hand beside the furnace, and a black flame seeped out from his palm. This flame was transformed from the wild beast's true essence, which Ling Xiao had swallowed. Previously, during the battle in Sky Cloud City, that wolf-shaped wild beast was able to produce this kind of black flame. Although this kind of flame couldn't be compared to the God Flame, but it was much higher grade than ordinary flames. A high-grade flame was naturally not easy to control. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. With the ignition successful, the next step was also the most important step in the entire alchemy process, and that was to control the fire. Why did he want to learn fire manipulation? It was just that they could use it here. Ling Xiao had entered the soul imprint state. He was able to control all the changes happening inside and outside the pill furnace, including the amount of vicious beast true essence that was poured in. He had perfect control over everything. Fire controlling technique required the use of true essence to control and influence the flame. This was something that almost all alchemists could do. It needs to be explained here that alchemy is much easier than alchemy. Alchemy is the most basic. Ling Xiao only learned the theory and skipped it. He learned alchemy directly. These two principles were the same. It was just that alchemy was more profound and more useful to martial artists. The minimum requirement for an alchemist was to be a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein. As for the alchemist, the requirements were even higher. Generally speaking, one had to be at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein to begin. Ling Xiao was, of course, an exception. Under his control, the flame was very fierce at first. This was because the water on the pill had to be evaporated first. After about 10 breaths, the flame gradually decreased. At this time, it was necessary to slow down the flame. Otherwise, the life pill would be completely burned. After the water of the special spring evaporated, Ling Xiao took back the vicious beast true essence, and the black flame disappeared. In the following time, there was no problem relying on the ordinary flame. "Lon girl, did you find it?" Yang Danlin's face showed unconcealable joy. "See what?" Lan Yu's eyesight was not as experienced as Yang Danlin's. "Ha ha, little Lan, you have to train your eyesight properly. Ling Xiao is actually hiding such a secret. It's truly shocking. This time, Qing Mu and that little fellow He Sua are going to suffer." Although Yang Danlin wanted to laugh out loud, the alchemy process was not over yet. She felt that it was better not to be too ostentatious. It was not too late to be happy when the final result came out. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance coming from the pill furnace. Through the pill furnace, he could even see that the life pill had gradually taken shape and was showing a golden luster. This was a sign that he was close to success. The closer he was to success, the easier it was to fail. Because at this time, the flame must be controlled to a very precise degree. If there was a slight mistake, the furnace of pills may be directly destroyed. There was a loud noise coming from the side. It should be that Qing Mu's pill was about to be refined. He delayed too much at the beginning. At this time, half an hour was almost over. There was not much time left. But even so, he did not have the slightest distraction. He still carefully controlled the flame in the pill furnace. When to add the spiritual charcoal, there was not the slightest mistake. This kid's true essence is very strong. The special black flame just now consumed a lot of energy, but it seems that he didn't feel it at all. The more Yang Danlin watched, the more shocked he became. He originally thought that his judgment of Ling Xiao was already very high, but when he truly carefully observed Ling Xiao's pill refining process, it was still able to make people endlessly shocked. Whoosh! The noise sounded again. Qing Mu's pill was out of the furnace. After the lid of the pill furnace was opened, a dozen golden lights suddenly shot out, causing the scene to be filled with exclamations. "I'll have to trouble the three elders to score." Qing Mu glanced at Ling Xiao proudly. He also noticed that the other party's materials were wet, but he did not have any thoughts of winning. Instead, he felt very relieved. After following the flame deity for so many years, he had learned the principle of doing things by all means to achieve his goal. And Vice Hall Master Qing Mu is indeed formidable. His success rate has reached 100%. 20 high-grade true elemental dawn have been completely refined, and among them, there are even 3 spirit dawn with a 100% perfection degree. One of the elders said, "That's right. Among the remaining 17 pills, 10 of them are spirit pills with a degree of perfection nearing 90%. Their effects are about twice as strong. The other 7 are spirit pills with a degree of perfection nearing 80% to 90%. When a furnace of pills came out, the first thing to do was to judge whether it was defective, or finished. Among the finished products, there were 3 grades: qualified, excellent, and perfect. The effect of a perfect pill would be increased, and the degree of perfection was the degree of perfection of a perfect pill. Generally speaking, as long as an alchemist could refine a qualified pill, they would be considered to have passed. If they could refine an excellent pill, then the effect of all the pills would be increased by 10%. This was already considered an excellent alchemist. If they could refine a perfect pill, no matter what the degree of perfection was, they would be among the best alchemists. Chapter 291. The reason why Qing Mu dared to try to snatch Yang Danlin's position as the hall master of the medicine hall was because he had a certain amount of confidence and capital. Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu is really amazing. I'm afraid he's going to win this round. What do you mean by afraid? He's definitely going to win. No matter how excellent Ling Xiao is, he can only refine excellent elixirs at most. Can he refine perfect elixirs? Yeah, he's only been learning alchemy for less than half a month, right? That's right. So I suspect that old Hall Master Yang is tired of being the Hall Master of the Medicine Hall, so he deliberately gave the position to Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu. Hey, it seems that it's really possible. After Qing Mu's elixirs came out, there were all kinds of opinions. However, everyone had the same thought, that old Hall Master Yang would definitely lose this bet. He still wants to refine excellent elixirs. I think he's just going to refine a furnace of defective elixirs. He Suo sneered. He had already stood up and was ready to leave. The reason why he didn't leave was purely because he wanted to see Ling Xiao's embarrassed look. The more unlucky Ling Xiao was, the happier he was. No matter how the surrounding environment changed, Ling Xiao was still immersed in his alchemy. From the moment he started to refine elixirs until now, it had only taken him a little more than a quarter of an hour, which was much shorter than Qing Mu's. It was a pity that he had wasted too much time before, so he finished later than Qing Mu. However, it was almost time now. Ling Xiao calculated the time, and then slowly withdrew the true essence that was being transferred. The flame in the alchemy furnace gradually extinguished, leaving only a trace of residual heat to remind people that the elixirs had just been refined here. Look, Ling Xiao's elixirs are also out. It was not known who shouted, but it attracted the attention of many people towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, slowly reached out his hand, and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. In that instant, as many as 20 rays of golden light shot out. Not only that, but this golden light was even more dazzling than Qing Mu's pill. The final time to open the furnace was actually very crucial. If it was too early, the life pill would not be able to fully mature. If it was too late, it might be burnt or even cause the life pill to explode. The most frightening thing was that the cauldron might even explode, resulting in an irreparable disaster. This kind of thing had happened before. In fact, similar things had happened several times in Yuehua School. The medicine hall's alchemy room had been destroyed many times. Elders, please give your marks. Ling Xiao stood up respectfully and cupped his hands toward the 3 elders of the medicine hall. The 3 elders had no enmity with him. At most, they felt that he was a little arrogant, but this did not affect their grading. The 3 of them arrived in front of Ling Xiao's alchemical furnace. They couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on their faces. This kind of expression had never appeared on their faces even when they were examining the pills inside the greenwood alchemical furnace. The onlookers were very nervous because the golden light just now was too dazzling, many people who originally looked down on Ling Xiao began to feel uncertain in their hearts. Good heavens, 20 pills, all of them are finished products, and all of them are perfect pills. One of the elders said loudly with a very surprised tone. It's not just good. These 20 medicinal pills have all reached a perfection level of 100%. Is this really a pill refined by a new apprentice alchemist? Another elder was also surprised. This is incredible. This old man has been refining pills for so many years, but I have never seen pills with such an outstanding degree of perfection. The effect of these 20 high-grade true elemental pills is simply comparable to a qualified top-grade true elemental pill. Do you believe that an alchemy apprentice can refine low-grade, yellow-grade pills? The third elder was holding a pill in his hand, and his beard was trembling with excitement. Qingmu was obviously shocked. His face had turned pale without the slightest trace of blood. He was obviously frightened. No, I don't believe it. How is this possible? He hurriedly rushed over and looked at Ling Xiao's 20 perfect high-grade true elemental pills. His eyes were filled with confusion and despair. He Suo also fell into a state of stupor. The disciple next to him, who was transporting the alchemy materials, was trembling all over. This guy probably already knew what was going to happen to him. The three elders looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment. Their expressions were filled with doubt and disbelief. That kind of expression was really complicated. Young man, did you really just learn alchemy? An elder asked, Elder, this disciple's current cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Even if I wanted to refine pills, I wouldn't be able to. After joining the Yuehua school, I learned alchemy from Old Hall Master Yang and Senior Sister Lan. Is there anything wrong with that? He had nothing to be afraid of. In this world, there were many geniuses. It wasn't strange for someone like him to appear. No, there's nothing wrong with that. We're just asking. We're really surprised. No wonder Yang Danlin dared to bet his position as the hall master of the medicine hall. It turns out that he knew what was going on. After saying that, the elder who had lived for almost 200 years glared at Yang Danlin, as if he was complaining that Yang Danlin didn't inform them in advance, causing them to lose their composure. Yang Danlin also smiled bitterly. He knew that Ling Xiao was outstanding, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so outstanding. Well, let's announce that Ling Xiao has won the alchemy competition. Vice Hall Master Qingmu, do you admit defeat? Yes. How could he not admit defeat? The three elders were here. If he dared to say anything, he would be kicked out of the medicine hall and even be expelled from the Yuehua school. Well, since you admit defeat, it's fine. From now on, you're not allowed to suppress Ling Xiao. If the three of us find out, you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore. The three elders were not fools. They could see that Ling Xiao was very talented in alchemy, although he was not as good as Qingmu now. It wouldn't be long before he became the best alchemist in the Yuehua school. There was no problem in abandoning Qingmu for such a precious treasure. Elders, please understand, I didn't use any excuse to suppress Ling Xiao. Although Qingmu was the vice hall master, his status and seniority couldn't be compared to the three elders, so his attitude was especially respectful. That's enough. We know what you did. We just didn't want to embarrass you. Aren't you going to reflect on yourself? One of the elders shouted coldly. Qingmu's face instantly turned pale. He felt that he was too naive. He thought that no one knew what he did. Who would have thought that everyone knew what he did? They just didn't care about it because it was too small. I admit my mistake. Qingmu lowered his head and said, It's not enough to admit your mistake. We have discussed your position as the vice hall master for the time being. If you perform well in the future, you can be promoted again. That's all. Chapter 292. After the alchemy duel, Qing Mu was removed from his position as vice hall master, and the disciple who carried the materials was directly expelled from the Yuehua school. This punishment was not light. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about these things. He just wanted a quieter cultivation environment. Since the medicine hall had dealt with this matter fairly, he would not pursue it. However, because of this matter, Qing Mu had an extremely vicious idea in his heart. He couldn't do anything to Yang Danlin. He couldn't do anything to Lan Yu. He couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao either. But dealing with Dai Yuling was a piece of cake. He didn't know where he heard that Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were senior sister and junior brother, so he didn't hesitate to tempt them with spirit pills. He made Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd in the outer sect, 5th in Tuobashan, and 6th in Gongyang Nu agree to help him secretly. He couldn't do it himself because after this incident, he had been watched closely. However, Jin Ming, Tuobashan, and Gongyang Nu had a lot of time. These 3 half-step grandmasters wanted to break through to the transcendent realm, so they didn't care whether this was appropriate or not. Anyway, it was just dealing with a little girl. It was no big deal. Ling Xiao didn't know Qing Mu's plan. After the alchemy duel, he also received a reward. He could take away all the 20 high-rank, true elemental pills he refined. Although he refined them, the materials were from the sect, and they were very expensive. At the very least, it was not easy for him to gather them. So, this could be considered a generous gift. In order to celebrate the victory, Yang Danlin gave Ling Xiao a 3-day holiday. Of course, she said it was a holiday, but in fact, she gave him books on basic pharmacology and alchemy so that he could read them in his free time. Ling Xiao returned to his cave house and put the books aside first. He obtained 20 high-rank true elemental pills, which were equivalent to the best quality true elemental pills. With these pills, it should be easy for him to break through again. He directly took 10 high-rank true elemental pills in one breath. This time, the cultivation time was a little longer. It lasted for 7 days. Ling Xiao's cultivation had directly advanced to the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Next, he needed to accumulate strength and prepare to break through to the transcendent realm. However, the gap between the peak 9th layer martial vein and the transcendent realm was not so easy to cross. When one's strength accumulated to a certain extent, one could become a half-step master. If the peak of the 9th layer martial vein to the transcendent realm were divided into 10 stages, then a half-step grandmaster was equivalent to accumulating more than 90% of this strength. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, hadn't even reached 10% yet. Although Yang Danlin only gave him 3 days off, he had no choice but to cultivate in seclusion. He believed that old Hall Master Yang would understand. During the few days he was in seclusion, the other disciples in the sect also had their own encounters. After all, including the past 7 days, he had joined Yuehua school for almost a month. Many things would change over such a long period of time. Zhao Ji was the one with the highest cultivation from the beginning, so he was now a half-step master. Su Ying was slightly inferior. She was at the peak of the 9th layer martial vein and had accumulated about 60 to 70% of her strength. These two were the most talented, and their progress was the fastest. Zhao Xi was slightly inferior. She was only at the mid-9th layer martial vein. However, Dai Yuling's situation was special. Although her talent was not as good as Zhao Xi's, her cultivation method was special. She was currently at the mid-9th layer martial vein. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was absolutely unimaginable in the secular world. However, in the sect, this was nothing. After all, the 9th layer martial vein was just the beginning. Su Ying was currently a disciple of the flame deity. It was said that Ming Tian had pulled the strings. They were like-minded and regarded Ling Xiao as a thorn in their side. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were also disciples of an elder from the Northern Han royal family. However, they were still considered outer disciples, similar to Ling Zhao's situation. Their cultivation speed was not slow, but Ling Zhao's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was still using the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. He did this because he did not want to attract the flame deity's attention. In any case, his cultivation was more or less enough in the outer sect. Unless he was against the top 3 disciples, he did not need to use the strength of the 9th layer martial vein. During this period of time, he did not deliberately cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body. In any case, he was still slowly absorbing the extraordinary body-shaping pill. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his physical fitness was still constantly changing. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally try to break through. All of this was within his calculations. He would not waste any time. After all, his time was very precious. He wondered how Cold Plum and Wu Xiang were doing. When Ling Xiao thought of his 2 friends, he sighed in his heart. Now, he could only wish for them to be safe and sound. In the sect, the competition was fierce. It was much more fierce than in the secular world. Even an outer disciple like Wu Xiang, who was ranked first from the bottom, would definitely be an expert in the secular world. But here, he was only at the bottom. This was only the situation of the outer sect. There were probably more geniuses and strong people in the inner sect. This point could be seen from Lan Yu. She was only 2 years older than him, but her cultivation was already at the 9th layer martial vein. This was simply unimaginable in the secular world. Ming Tian, Su Ying, and Leng Hao were now considered to have entered the inner sect. They could cultivate the martial arts of the inner sect disciples and receive guidance from stronger martial artists. This was definitely a huge advantage. He, Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Dai Yuling could be considered to be relatively lucky. Although they were still in the outer sect, they still received some benefits. However, this was not enough. As an outer sect disciple, even if you were to become a disciple of an elder, as long as the elder did not agree to let you enter the inner sect, you would still be an outer sect disciple and would not be able to cultivate the inner sect's martial arts. It wasn't without reason that Ling Xiao had always insisted on raising his cultivation base and prioritizing the improvement of his cultivation base. If you were one step behind others, you would be left far behind. Therefore, not only did he have to build a good foundation, he also had to try his best to catch up or even surpass his competitors. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive, let alone become strong. Others might feel that this was very contradictory, but Ling Zhao's situation was special. His cultivation broke through very quickly, but his foundation was already very solid. His true qi, physical fitness, and soul strength were already comparable to a transcendent realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not care about the negative effects of breaking through too quickly, because this effect did not exist for him. After coming out of seclusion, Ling Xiao went to find Yang Danlin. "You little brat, I gave you 3 days off, but you actually went into seclusion for 7 days. Your cultivation still hasn't broken through. I really don't know what you are doing." Chapter 293. "Brother Yang, you made a mistake this time." The Yuan Venerate suddenly spoke. "Made a mistake?" Yang Danlin didn't understand. This kid's cultivation has already broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but I don't know what kind of special martial arts he cultivates, but he can hide his true cultivation. Even you can't see it. I only saw it because I have the eye of truth." The Yuan Venerate explained. Yang Danlin looked at Ling Xiao, her face filled with shock. "Master, Senior, I hope that the 2 of you won't tell anyone about this. Disciple did this purely because he didn't want to attract the jealousy of others, especially since the flame deity has a grudge against my master, Master Baiyun. Therefore, I can only keep a low profile for now. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Don't worry, we won't speak carelessly. However, sky human-grade powerhouses generally possess special mystic abilities. Although mystic abilities like the Eye of Truth are very rare, we can't rule out the possibility of similar methods of seeing through your cultivation base, the Yuan Venerate reminded him. Powerhouses of the heaven tier wouldn't pay attention to a nobody like me, Yi Fuqian said. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that Yuan Venerate's words were true. However, he wasn't worried. Unless his cultivation base advanced to the transcendent grade, Yuan Venerate Demon Flame might pay attention to him. Otherwise, Yuan Venerate Demon Flame would have many other things to do. Why would he waste time observing a nobody like him? Furthermore, there was a 90% chance that the flame deity's ability wasn't something similar to the Eye of Truth. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I called you here today to give you this immemorial divine pill scripture. Yang Danlin took out a book and handed it to Ling Xiao. The book wasn't very thick, but it had clearly been created using a special sealing technique. If it was fully opened, it probably wouldn't be able to fit in a 500 square meter house. This is the lifetime work of our master, Yuan Venerate. I originally planned to pass it on to you after a few years, but your aptitude in medicine is simply astonishing. Therefore, I discussed it with Yuan Venerate Master and decided to pass it on to you as soon as possible. This way, you can achieve greater results on the path of alchemy as soon as possible. Ling Xiao carefully took the book. This was the lifetime work of a Yuan Venerate. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Senior. Ling Xiao bowed deeply and said solemnly, this book is not only your master's painstaking effort. In fact, when your master was young, he had taken many outstanding alchemists as his master. This book is the painstaking work of over 100 top-notch alchemists. Not only does it contain profound alchemy techniques, it also contains many unique insights. You must treasure it. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Master, don't worry. I will cherish it. All right, the matter of refining pills ends here. Next, I will personally impart to you the art of refining formations. Yuan Venerate suddenly said, Method of refining formations? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had only heard that there were arrays in this world, and these arrays required some materials to be arranged. What was the method of refining arrays? He had heard of weapon refinement before. Yes, the art of refining formations. Yuan Venerate explained. You should know that weapons, defensive equipment, hidden weapons, and the like can be embedded with arrays to produce special effects, right? I have heard of this before. Ling Xiao nodded. The art of refining formations is to create all the arrays and arrays through refining methods and seal them in an array refining stone. When used, you only need to refine the array refining stone and the weapon together to produce special effects. Furthermore, if you want to set up an array, you can also use an array refining stone to do so, Yuan Venerate explained. The Yuan Venerate continued to explain. Therefore, the foundation of refining array formations is learning about arrays and array formations. However, I believe that this shouldn't be too difficult for you. Your photographic memory should allow you to easily remember almost all existing arrays and array formations, right? As long as you remember them, your master will personally impart to you the art of refining formations. Yang Danlin couldn't help but chide Ling Xiao when he saw how calm he was. You really don't know how amazing this is. This art of refining formations was learned by Yuan Venerate from the immortal court continent, the highest level of the mystic realm. There are many array refinement masters there, but your master is one of the most outstanding. This method doesn't even exist in the Sky Dragon continent. So amazing. That's natural. Refinement masters on the Sky Dragon continent can only carve inscriptions or embed special gems to enhance the effects of the weapons. However, this is only the most basic stage of art of refining formations in the Immortal Court continent. There is no technical content, and it is a waste of resources. Yuan Venerate explained. You understand now? Your disciple understands. Your disciple is willing to learn. Ling Xiao had actually been in a daze just now because he was guessing Yuan Venerate's identity. Not only was he a powerful alchemist, but he was also a powerful array refinement master. What exactly was his master's background? It's good that you understand. In the future, you will still belong to the medicine hall. However, you can learn art of refining formations from your master in private. In order to let you know the benefits of art of refining formations better, you can go to the sex market and buy some array refining stones, Yuan Venerate said. Yuan Venerate explained. Master, didn't you say that art of refining formations didn't exist in the Sky Dragon continent? Why are there array refining stones? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Array refining stones are a relatively common gemstone in the Sky Dragon continent. Although they are considered relatively expensive, one low-grade spirit stone can buy 10 array refining stones. Because these stones don't have any attributes, they are generally used by martialists in the Sky Dragon continent to store quintessential origin stones. What a waste, Yuan Venerate explained. In the Sky Dragon continent, they are called quintessential storage stones. You can just buy low-grade quintessential storage stones. All right, your disciple understands. However, Senior, where is the Yuehua School's market? Ling Xiao had been at the Yuehua School for a month and had basically been walking around the outer sect and the medicine hall. He hadn't really gone anywhere else. Go find it yourself. Yang Danlin glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao chuckled, thinking that it was true. If he couldn't even find it in the sect's trading market, how could he survive outside in the future? Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin didn't give him any spirit stones to buy array refining stones. However, this wasn't a problem, since he didn't need much anyway. If he could successfully refine an array, he only needed one array refining stone. Considering the possibility of failure, he planned to buy 10 array refining stones. They were only worth one low-grade spirit stone, so it wasn't much of a burden to him. By the time he reached the sect, spirit stones had already become the standard unit of currency, while silver and gold had become a relatively common resource. Spirit stones were also used for refining pills, medicines, and equipment. However, they weren't as valuable as they were in the secular world. In the sect world, tens of millions of silver could only be exchanged for one low-grade spirit stone. Gold was slightly more valuable, but 100,000 gold could only be exchanged for one low-grade spirit stone. Chapter 2, 94. Generally, people wouldn't tease you for something as trivial as asking for directions. So, Ling Xiao quickly found the way to the trading market. This trading market was generally a place for internal transactions in the Yuehua School. Of course, sometimes there were outsiders, but that was a special case. The moment he arrived at the trading market, Ling Xiao was very surprised. An outer sect disciple like him, even a half-step grandmaster, was only doing menial work here. Those who could take out spirit stones to buy things were mostly inner sect disciples, and they were all above the transcendent realm. He used to think that there were too few masters in the Yuehua School, but when he came here, he understood that he was really a frog in a well. In this place, one would be able to meet 8th or 9th layer transcendental realm disciples, vice hall masters, elders, and other experts just by casually walking around. Fortunately, it was not allowed to casually release one's aura here. Otherwise, Ling Xiao probably wouldn't be able to stay here, and those outer sect disciples who were working here would faint one by one. Was he an ant? Ling Xiao smiled. He admitted that he was indeed an ant now. But it didn't matter. Who didn't start out as an ant? So what if he was in the transcendent realm? So what if he was in the heaven realm? He believed that he would be able to reach it soon. Of course, seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's desire to improve his cultivation became even stronger, and his determination to cultivate became even more firm. Especially those ninth heavenly layer transcendent realm and heaven realm masters who could casually take out high-rank spirit stones to trade. He was really envious. The trading market was actually not much different from a market in the secular world. It was mainly divided into two types, stalls and shops. As long as you paid a certain amount of rent, you could sell things here. Of course, the rent could only be spirit stones, and it had to be paid to the person in charge of the trading market. Although the person in charge was only at the ninth heavenly layer, he had a lot of power. Ling Xiao walked around for a while and found that although this was only an internal market of the sect, there was a very wide range of goods. There were fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, and so on from the secular world, which could be bought with silver or gold. There were also vegetables and fruits that were rich in spiritual energy planted by the sect, as well as the meat of spirit beasts bred by the sect. Of course, this could only be purchased with spirit stones. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very helpful for practicing martial arts. There were also various weapons refined by the armament hall, various pills refined by the medicine hall, and some materials for refining weapons and pills. Of course, there were also some secret martial arts manuals that were allowed to be traded in the sect. These secret martial arts manuals were relatively common and were very common outside, but their grades were not low. There were quasi-gold grade martial arts and even entry-level gold grade martial arts. However, the price was a little too high. Anyway, Ling Xiao really couldn't afford it for the time being. Of course, he found a good way to make money. The prices of alchemy materials here were relatively cheap, but the prices of medicinal pills were almost all very high. He did a rough calculation and found that the difference was almost 10 times. For example, if he were to refine a high-grade, true elemental Dan, all the materials would only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, but the refined high-grade, true elemental Dan would cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. Even so, this thing was still often out of stock. As for the low-grade yellow-grade spirit Dan, extraordinary body-shaping Dan, it was worth more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was considered to have a lot of spirit stones among the outer sect disciples, but now he only had 300 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't even afford such a medicinal pill. Moreover, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was just the price. Some people, in order to compete for this thing, bid 30 to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Currently, Ling Xiao was still unable to refine high-grade Dan. However, even if it was a low-grade, true elemental Dan, it was still very valuable. He thought about it. This was really a very good way to make a fortune. No wonder others said that there were two kinds of people who were the richest in the sect. One was the alchemist. The other was the refiner. He first spent 1 low-grade spirit stone to buy 10 refining array stones, then used the remaining 300 low-grade spirit stones to buy the materials for refining high-grade true elemental Dan. In this way, refining 30 high-grade true elemental Dan shouldn't be a problem. In any case, his success rate was 100%. As long as no one disturbed him, he basically wouldn't fail, so there was no problem of wasting materials. He didn't need to buy the spiritual charcoal or the pill furnace. In any case, he was a disciple of a Yuan Venerate, so borrowing the spiritual charcoal and pill furnace from the medicine hall wasn't a problem at all. It was said that the spiritual charcoal could only be used to refine low-grade medicinal pills. If he wanted to refine a better high-grade medicinal pill, he would have to use better fuel. Of course, this wasn't something Ling Xiao needed to consider for the time being. It was enough for him to refine low-grade medicinal pills. The so-called high-grade medicinal pills were actually just 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each grade was divided into 5 smaller grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and transcendent grade. Low-grade medicinal pills were also divided into 5 grades. The high-grade true elemental Dan belonged to the transcendent grade of the low grade, which was considered pretty good. At the very least, it was considered a top-grade medicinal pill in the secular world. Even in the sect, it was an excellent medicinal pill for outer sect disciples. Even experts in the first 3 levels of the transcendent realm needed this relatively cheap medicinal pill to replenish their true essence. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to sell it. In addition, he spent all the silver he had on him and bought some materials to refine the Marshall Vein Body Sculpting Pill. He roughly calculated that he could refine about 10 pills. The Marshall Vein Body Shaping Pill was also a low-grade, transcendent grade medicinal pill. It had the same effect as the Transcendent Body Shaping Pill, but its effect was much worse. Furthermore, it could only be used by Marshall Vein realm martialists. The selling price of this medicinal pill was about 100 low-grade spirit stones, but the purchase of materials was a little cheaper than the materials for the high-grade true elemental Dan. The cost of materials for 1 pill was only 8 low-grade spirit stones. After buying the items, Ling Xiao turned and left. Although he wanted to stay here for a little longer, it didn't make much sense. It would just be a waste of time. Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that as soon as he walked out of the trading market, he would hear someone calling him? He looked up and saw that it was Su Ying, who hadn't shown her face in the outer sect for a long time. Su Ying was accompanied by another person, Ming Tian. At this time, both of their clothes were obviously embroidered with the insignia that only inner sect disciples were qualified to wear. It was too obvious. Su Ying, I haven't congratulated you yet. You've actually hugged the flame deity's thigh. It seems that your cultivation has also improved a lot. Ling Xiao ignored Ming Tian and looked at Su Ying indifferently. Bah, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. What a nasty mouth. Su Ying scolded. By the way, you're just an outer sect disciple. What are you doing in the trading market? Could it be that you're no longer working in the medicine hall, so you came to the trading market to look for work? Chapter 295. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This one was ordered by Old Hall Master Yang to come to the exchange market to buy some things. Thank you for your concern. I'm living quite well in the medicine hall. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Junior brother Ling, is Bai Yun well? Ming Tian suddenly asked. This is... Ling Xiao deliberately pretended to be confused. He really despised Ming Tian's character. Although this person's talent was amazing, the things he had done that day still made him feel disgusted. Ha! It seems Junior Brother Ling is still angry about what happened that day. As Ming Tian spoke, he suddenly released his aura, and a terrifying pressure directly swept towards Ling Xiao. First layer transcendent realm. Ling Xiao was taken aback. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. Ming Tian's aptitude was originally good, and with the flame deity's cultivation, it was normal for him to break through to the first layer transcendent realm. After all, Ming Tian's cultivation in the secular world was much higher than Ling Xiao's. He's about to break through to the second layer. Su Ying interjected. Now you understand why Ming Tian abandoned old man Bai Yun. Following that guy has no future. Humph, if he just chose to leave, I could understand, but he shouldn't have attacked Master Bai Yun. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and circulated his mountain and river martial spirit, instantly dispersing Ming Tian's terrifying aura. Wanting to suppress him with just one's aura was not an easy task. The strong are respected. There's nothing much to say. If you see Bai Yun again, tell him for me that he shouldn't think about being enemies with Master Devil Flame. If Master Devil Flame wants to kill him, it'll be like crushing an ant. Ming Tian said coldly. Not being able to suppress Ling Xiao with his aura surprised him a little, but the gap in cultivation allowed him to calm down and look at Ling Xiao condescendingly. You'd better tell him yourself. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't have that much free time. You want to cultivate. You only have a treasure body. So what if you work hard? In the past, your cultivation was much weaker than mine. Now, not only has the gap not been closed, it has become even wider. Don't you feel despair? Ming Tian said with a hint of mockery. Hee, maybe, but you better run faster, or I'll catch up to you soon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ming Tian used to be very arrogant, and now that he had become the flame deity's disciple and had broken through to the transcendent realm, it was normal for him to be even more arrogant than before. Ha, then I'll wait. Ming Tian laughed and said to Su Ying, Junior sister, let's go. Su Ying turned around and glared at Ling Xiao. You can't even catch up with me now, and you want to catch up with senior brother Ming Tian? You're overestimating yourself. Really? Ling Xiao smiled as he watched the two of them leave. Don't worry, your senior brother Ming Tian will be trampled under my feet very soon. When they returned to the medicine hall, Ling Xiao handed the array refining stone to the Yuan Venerate. The Yuan Venerate gave him a few books: Array Basics, Array Applications, and Array Material Science. Take them back and read them first. Look for me after you're done. The Yuan Venerate fell into a deep sleep after saying that. He obviously couldn't stay awake for too long. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Ling Xiao took the books and returned to his cave abode. Of course, before he left, he took a pill furnace and some spiritual charcoal from the medicine hall. As long as Yang Danlin nodded, no one would dare say anything about such a small matter. After returning to his cave abode, he split into two clones. One of them studied the immemorial divine pill scripture, while the other studied the basic books that the Yuan Venerate had given him. His main body began to refine pills. He didn't even tell Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate about the shadow cultivation secret technique. In this world, no matter who it was, one couldn't trust someone completely. Even Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate were the same. After all, people would change. Once they found out that Ling Xiao possessed a mountain river martial soul, they would become completely different people. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. This was something that Hong Qi had told him before, and he had always kept it in mind. After grinding and processing the materials, Ling Xiao began to refine the life pills. It could be said that refining pills to make money was a common thing for other alchemists. However, this was just the beginning for him. He had to be careful. Even if it was just an unrated pill, he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. The refining process of the life pills also required precise calculations. This included the weight of each ingredient, the humidity of the life pills, the degree of flexibility, and so on. Everything had to be precise down to the millimeter. Even the slightest mistake could destroy a furnace of pills. After the life pills were refined, it was time to ignite them. Without the previous trouble, the lighting of the spiritual charcoal became a lot easier. Relying on the exquisite operation of the soul imprint state, the lighting of the furnace, which might have been a frequent failure for others, was a 100% success rate for him. The control of the fire after the ignition was the key. This was also the third step of refining pills, and was the most important. This wasn't the first time he had refined a high-grade true elemental pill, so he was familiar with the process and could easily handle it. Furthermore, the pills that came out of the furnace were absolutely perfect. However, the Marshall vein body shaping pill was a little more difficult. This was because he had only seen this pill in a book. He had never refined it before, nor had he seen Yang Danlin or Lan Yue refine it. He hadn't even let his martial soul avatar simulate the refinement. This was purely his first time. He could let his martial soul avatar simulate the refinement a few times before starting to refine the martial vein body shaping pill himself. However, he didn't do that. This was because he believed in his controllability. This was just an unrated pill. If he still needed to simulate the refinement of such a pill repeatedly, it could only mean that his technique wasn't perfect. The spiritual charcoal had been ignited. The flame flickered, reflecting the cast of the brass pill furnace. This pill furnace was naturally very particular. Even an unrated pill had to be refined with a common grade artifact. Only those common medicines and pills used by secular martial artists could be refined with an ordinary pill furnace. The pill furnace that Ling Xiao borrowed from Yang Danlin was a common grade artifact pill furnace. Yang Danlin said that he had a better pill furnace, but he wouldn't give it to Ling Xiao for free, unless Ling Xiao's alchemy level improved further. As long as he could refine low-grade Huang-grade spirit pills, he would give him a fine-grade artifact pill furnace. A fine-grade artifact pill furnace could refine low-grade and mid-grade Huang-grade spirit pills. It was definitely a good thing. If Ling Xiao improved again, he would naturally get a better one. Ling Xiao knew that Yang Danlin was deliberately giving him pressure and motivation. If he didn't have this motivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be so diligent. This time, Ling Xiao still mixed in some black, fierce beast flames, not to evaporate the water, but to shorten the time needed to refine the pill. Chapter 296. The martial vein body sculpting pill's flame requirements were still quite different from that of the high-grade, true elemental Dan. The former required a large fire to refine, but during the process, one had to suddenly choose to extinguish the fire. If it was described as a wavy line, the flame waves of this martial vein body sculpting pill were the kind of big ups and downs, showing a sharp shape without any arc. On the other hand, the high-grade true elemental Dan was basically a very smooth arc. Whether it was the rise or fall of the flame, it was relatively stable. It wasn't easy to master two completely different ways of controlling fire. But this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, this was really not a problem. In the state of entering the soul, the flame was like his arm, which could be completely controlled, whether it was the size or the temperature. It could be done to the best. If there was no problem in controlling the fire, the rest would be simple. The next thing he needed was to wait. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao opened the lid of the pill furnace. If it was someone else, it would take at least an hour. This was his advantage. However, after all, it was his first time refining the martial vein body sculpting pill. There was still a trace of nervousness in his heart just by looking at the beads of sweat on his forehead. The moment the pill furnace was opened, 10 golden lights broke through the air, and 10 martial vein body sculpting pills that exuded golden light appeared in front of him. When each kind of medicinal pill was formed, strange lines would appear on it. And this kind of lines was the best way to judge the type of medicinal pill. This could not be faked. And even the most excellent alchemist did not understand the reason for the formation of lines, and could only regard it as some kind of opportunity between heaven and earth. The first time refining the martial vein body sculpting pill, the success rate was still 100%, but the perfection level was slightly worse than the high-grade true elemental Dan. 5 of them were 100% perfect, 4 were 90% perfect, and 1 was only 80% perfect. If it was someone else at this level, they would have jumped up and cheered. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied. He sat there and carefully recalled the things he had done during the alchemy process, hoping to find the problem. In this way, the next time he refined, these problems could be corrected. In the end, he discovered that the crux of the problem was his nervousness. When he opened the furnace, his hand trembled slightly, causing the opening of the furnace to be slightly delayed. It was just this small problem, but it caused a flaw to appear in the originally perfect medicinal pill. If an unrated pill couldn't be perfected in one go, then how could he dare to think about refining a high-grade pill? Ling Xiao was constantly reflecting on himself, hammering himself. His requirements for himself were terrifyingly strict. He knew very well that he was different from others. He had the Mountain River martial spirit, so he should be more outstanding than others. If he was inferior to others in any aspect, then it would be a waste of the Mountain River martial spirit's powerful existence. 30 high-grade, true elemental dawn of 100% perfection. One could sell for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. An ordinary high-grade, true elemental Dan could only be sold for 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was the disparity. If one's skills were good, they would earn more. This was a principle that alchemists understood very well. The other 5 martial vein body sculpting dawn of 100% perfection were also sold for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 5 could only be sold for 900 low-grade spirit stones and 800 low-grade spirit stones. If he calculated it like this time he had really earned a lot, a total of 300 low-grade spirit stones, plus the silver that could be exchanged for less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was all his cost. And these refined dawn were worth close to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was too cool. He could go to the trading market and buy 4 low-grade, yellow-grade, transcendent body sculpting dawn. This was an alchemist. As long as one's skills were good, they would never be short of spirit stones. When the 2 types of dawn were finished refining, he recalled his 2 doppelgangers. The contents of the eternal divine pill scripture had been completely integrated into his soul, and he had even understood the relatively simple parts. However, this book was a bit too profound. Many of the contents were obscure and difficult to understand. It was impossible for him to understand it in a short period of time by himself. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He could slowly understand it, slowly comprehend it. Alchemy was a lifelong thing, and this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight. Furthermore, he had also memorized all the books about arrays that the Yuan Venerate had given him. These were the basics, so understanding them was relatively easy. There was no need for him to read them a second time, nor did he need to ask anyone else. While reading these books about arrays and formations, Ling Xiao comprehended some things. He realized that his comprehension of the bronze sword control technique seemed to have become more profound. This time, he didn't have time to cultivate, but he had actually comprehended the 9th level to the Great Circle Realm. The reason was simple. The last 3 levels of the bronze sword control technique were basically related to array formations. He hadn't been able to comprehend them previously purely because he didn't know anything about array formations and arrays. Now that he had read the books that the Yuan Venerate had given him, his mind was completely clear. After cultivating this set of sword control techniques to the Great Circle Realm, one would automatically learn a set of sword formations called the Big Dipper Sword Formation. However, it required at least 36 flying swords. His clear wind sword was already useless, so he now had another goal, which was to obtain at least 36 treasure-grade flying swords. It was also possible to forge them himself. However, he didn't have that kind of standard at the moment. The blacksmiths in the Mountain River realm could only forge fine treasure-grade weapons at most. They really couldn't do anything higher. Therefore, his idea was to forge 36 fine treasure-grade flying swords first. When he obtained the remaining treasure-grade flying swords in the future, he would use smelting stones to smelt them. In any case, smelting stones could be bought at the market. The price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per smelting stone. Although it was a little expensive, it didn't seem like much to an alchemist like him. After this idea came to mind, he began to let his martial soul avatar help forge the flying swords. This process would probably take some time. Ling Xiao saw that it was still early, so he simply calmed down and took out the God Seal catalog to comprehend it. He had always felt that the God Seal catalog was very impressive. It was all-encompassing, including alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, refining arrays, martial arts, magical abilities, and so on. Although his current cultivation was too low, and he could only comprehend some low-level profound meanings, he still gained a lot by comprehending it once a day. Some things might not be useful today, but they might not be in the future. In the God Seal catalog, there were many profound meanings related to movement techniques. Ancient martial artists were almost omnipotent when it came to flying. Ling Xiao couldn't comprehend those abilities, but through comprehending the profound meanings of these movement techniques, his cloud dragon divine travel finally entered the transformative realm after a period of stagnation. Regardless of whether it was his speed or the time he could float in the air, they were all much better than before. Chapter 297. In the Divine Seal catalog, there were martialists who could use sword kinesis flight, and there were also martialists who could decapitate their enemies from thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to do this. However, he could comprehend some low-level techniques and benefit from them. The bronze sword manipulation technique had once again entered the transformative boundary after reaching the great perfection boundary. After a martial technique entered the transformative boundary, one could comprehend a killing move. However, Ling Xiao felt that he still had to absorb and digest the current knowledge first. The progress he had made this time was the result of his accumulation of comprehension of the Divine Seal catalog. Of course, although he had yet to comprehend the killing move of the bronze sword manipulation technique, the power of its moves was clearly stronger than before. He had also gained some insights into the use of the Big Dipper sword array. That night, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he had been consolidating the results of his current cultivation. He yearned for a rapid improvement in his cultivation base, but he did not neglect a solid foundation. Sometimes a little slower was also beneficial. He could discover many problems and fill in the gaps. The next morning, he left his cave abode and headed to the medicinal hall to look for Yuan Venerate. In any case, Yuan Venerate had basically been following Yang Danlin all this time. It was a situation where Yang Danlin was inseparable. Yuan Venerate would definitely be wherever Yang Danlin was. When he arrived at the medicinal hall, he discovered that Zhao Ji and Zhao Ci were also there. After asking around, he found out that they had come to the medicinal hall to collect elixir pills. A month had passed, and it was time for outer sect disciples to receive their salaries. The rest of the rewards could be collected directly at the outer sect service hall. However, elixir pills could only be collected at the medicinal hall. Junior brother Ling. Seeing Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji actually revealed a very happy smile. "Oh, it's senior brother Zhao. Have you come to the medicinal hall to collect elixir pills?" Ling Xiao and Zhao Ji did not have a good relationship, but it was not bad either. After all, they were in the same batch of people who had entered the sect, so they could still be considered friends. "Yes, but it is too difficult to enter your medicinal hall. It is said that outer sect disciples are not qualified to collect elixir pills. Only outer sect elders can collect them." Zhao Ji smiled bitterly. Zhao Ci stood to the side and didn't say anything. Zhao Ci didn't like Ling Xiao very much. The reason was that Ling Xiao's methods during the challenge were too cruel. He had almost crippled Lianal, and Yang Cheng had been beaten to a pulp. Even now, he still hadn't been rescued. It was said that his injuries had healed, but he had been unable to wake up from a nightmare. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in such a saint, so he didn't bother with her. Instead, he said to Zhao Ji, "There is indeed such a rule in the medicine hall. After all, There are too many outer sect disciples. If all of them come here to collect elixirs, it will be too busy. I know that too. Zhao Ji smiled bitterly and said, however, my sister and I are disciples of an inner sect elder, so this situation is a bit special. We still have to collect the pills for him. I heard that junior brother Ling is doing well in the medicine hall, and you have a very good relationship with senior sister Lan. Why don't you help us? His words were indeed asking for help, but there was a hint of jealousy and envy in his tone. Of course, there was also a strong sense of unwillingness and unwillingness. Ling Xiao inwardly smiled. He didn't dislike people who were unwilling to admit defeat. As long as they didn't use despicable methods to deal with him, he wouldn't be ruthless. All right, take out the proof your master gave me. I'll help you collect the pills. This was only a small favor. There was nothing wrong with having Zhao Ji owe him a favor. After all, Zhao Ji was the second prince of Northern Han. Moreover, looking at the situation, Zhao Ji's chances of inheriting the throne were very high. He didn't necessarily need Zhao Ji's help, but his friends and family in the secular world definitely needed it. Then I'll have to thank junior brother Ling. Zhao Ji was endlessly envious. He had waited here for an entire night, yet he still hadn't succeeded. Even if he took out his master's name, he wouldn't be able to scare the people of the medicine hall. Ling Xiao had casually agreed. This was ability, this was luck. Ling Xiao returned a moment after entering the medicine hall. Humph, I knew that this kind of person only knew how to boast. Even if he couldn't do it, he would still take on everything. Seeing Ling Xiao's empty hands, Zhao Xi couldn't help but coldly snort. Imperial sister, don't speak nonsense. Zhao, she was also somewhat puzzled. However, he heard Ling Xiao say with a smile, Princess Ci shouldn't have never heard of storage rings, right? You wanted too many pills, so I couldn't bring them out. This storage ring contains the things you wanted. Take a look, and if it's correct, then take it. Don't forget to return the storage ring to the medicine hall. You actually brought them all back. Zhao, she was astonished. He had originally thought that it would be good if Ling Xiao could receive a third of the pills. After all, even if his master personally came, it would only have this kind of effect. Therefore, he didn't give Ling Xiao a storage ring. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually bring back all the pills? Ha! It's just a small matter. For Ling Xiao, this was indeed a small matter. Everyone in the medicine hall knew that he was Yang Danlin's favorite. Some even said that he had an ambiguous relationship with Yang Danlin. In addition, Ling Xiao had publicly defeated Qingmu in alchemy, so who would dare not give him face? It's a small matter for you, but it's a big deal for me. I'm now looking for a way to break through to the transcendent realm. So I need these pills. Zhao Ji cupped his fists and solemnly thanked him. He had already checked the storage ring, and it was indeed full of the pills they needed. Although Zhao Xi was extremely reluctant, she still thanked Ling Xiao along with her imperial brother. Then I congratulate senior brother Zhao on breaking through to the transcendent realm and entering the inner sect. Ling Xiao smiled. Junior brother Ling, I'm currently ranked 11th in the outer sect, second only to you. Of course, I don't dare say that I can beat junior brother Ling, but I really want to challenge you. Zhao Ji put away the storage ring and said to Ling Xiao solemnly. He felt that there was no need to hide anything in front of Ling Xiao. Of course, no problem. I also want to test senior brother Zhao's strength. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, junior brother Ling, but I won't take advantage of others. Junior brother Ling, you should take care of your own matters first. There are some things that I can't say, so you must be careful. Goodbye. Zhao Ji's inexplicable words confused Ling Xiao. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. Instead, he went straight into the medicine hall to look for Yuan Venerate. Yang Danlin and Yuan Venerate were in the hall master's room. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, old senior." Ling Xiao greeted them first. "All right, there's no need to be polite with us," Yuan Venerate said. "Time is of the essence, so master can't stay awake for too long. Have you memorized the books on arrays and array formations that I gave you yesterday?" "I've memorized them and have a preliminary understanding of them." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's good. In that case, let's move on to the next step." "Master, don't you intend to test me?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Through the process of learning alchemy, Master already knew that you have a photographic memory. "What's the point of testing you? Is it a waste of time?" Yuan Venerate snapped. Chapter 298. Now, I will demonstrate the array refinement technique for you. You have to look carefully. This is just a small array. It's not complicated, but the principle is the same. Novel. La. As the Yuan Venerate spoke, he took out a piece of array, refinement stone, and a strange tool. This thing looked a little like an alchemy furnace, but its aura was obviously different. This is called an array refinement furnace. It's a little similar to an alchemy furnace, but the internal structure is completely different, the Yuan Venerate explained. This plate on the array refinement furnace is an array disk. When you set up an array, you set it up on top of it. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, it's a completely different world. Try to input your spirit power into it. Ling Xiao followed the Yuan Venerate's instructions. The moment his spirit power touched the array disk, a vast space appeared in front of him. See, the size of the space can be adjusted, and even the environment can be adjusted. It will change according to the size of your array and array. Of course, the grade of my alchemy furnace is higher, so the range of changes is also larger. An ordinary array refinement furnace can only accommodate a large city at most, and it can be as small as the tip of a needle, the Yuan Venerate said. You should know how to set up an ordinary array and array on the array disk. You didn't study those books for nothing, right? Ling Xiao nodded. Good, next is the key. The array refinement process is very similar to the pill refinement process. You also need to control the flame. However, there will be some special incantations mixed in during the process. The incantations for every array are different, so you have to remember them all and understand them well. As the Yuan Venerate spoke, he threw a book to Ling Xiao and said, "This is the complete collection of array incantations. Take it back and memorize it." Then, he personally demonstrated the refinement of arrays to Ling Xiao, just like pill refinement. The first step was to choose the materials. The second step was more different. Pill refinement required the creation of life pills, while array refinement required the setting up of arrays or arrays. The third step was to ignite the fire. This was the same. The fourth step was also to control the flame. However, pill refinement did not require chanting incantations, while array refinement required the corresponding incantations. The fifth step was to open the furnace. There was no difference, except that one would produce pills, while the other would produce array refinement stones with arrays or arrays. He recounted this process to the Yuan Venerate, more or less, but you misunderstood the fourth step. In the process of alchemy, most of the time you don't need to chant the incantation. However, there are some pills with special effects that need to be combined with the incantation. After these pills are refined, there are special inscriptions on them. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet, so you don't have to remember it for the time being. It won't be too late to learn it when you can refine Earth-grade spirit pills. Disciple understands. All right, that's roughly the refining process. I've already shown you how to do it, so I'll give you this fire snake refining formation stone. The Yuan Venerate gave the array refining stone that he had refined to Ling Xiao. The fire serpent array is very simple. When used in battle, a maximum of 99 fire serpents will appear to assist the martial artist in battle. The strength and attack power of the fire serpent array are related to the materials used. This fire snake refining formation stone was refined from an unrated material. The attack power of each fire serpent is equivalent to that of an early stage 9th level martial vein martialist. Furthermore, it can only trigger 10 fire serpents at most. The Yuan Venerate spoke very casually, but Ling Xiao was dumbfounded when he heard this. This stone was actually equivalent to 10 early-stage 9th level martial vein martialists. If this thing was brought to the secular world, wouldn't it be a martial arts treasure that could cause a bloodbath? All right, you can go back now. If you can memorize the entire complete collection of array incantations and refine a fire snake refining formation stone with your own hands, Master will help you fulfill a wish, the Yuan Venerate said with a smile. Master, I want to use the Yuehua School's moon hall. I wonder if that's possible. Ling Xiao had already done his research. The moon hall was a treasure trove in the Yuehua School. The cold chi there could help him cultivate defensive martial arts, and was also very helpful in advancing his cultivation base. He still had a long way to go before he could advance to the transcendent realm. However, if he could break through to the 5th level of the Sky Dragon Golden Body, his physique would already be at the transcendent realm. By then, even if his cultivation base hadn't reached the transcendent realm, he wouldn't need to fear the attacks of transcendent realm experts below the 3rd level. At the very least, he wouldn't be killed instantly. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state like when he encountered He Suo in Sky Cloud City, where he could only rely on small tricks to trick his opponent. Ha ha ha! You're really smart, kid. You even know about the moon hall. Young Danlin laughed heartily. Old friend, he has given you a difficult problem. What kind of difficult problem is this? The person in charge of guarding the moon hall is Wanghan Tianzuan, right? Hasn't she always wanted you to help her refine a spirit pill? Just agree to her request and let her prepare the materials herself. You can help her refine the pill on the condition that Ling Xiao enters the moon hall to cultivate. The Yuan Venerate scolded. Seems like it will work. Yang Danlin was stunned for a moment. The Yuan Venerate was right. Although Wanghan Tianzuan's female heavenly Venerate was cold and emotionless, she also needed pills to improve her strength. Letting Ling Xiao enter the moon hall to cultivate wasn't against the Yuehua School's rules. This was because the rules stated that as long as one was an inner court elder, one could recommend talented youths to enter the moon hall. Yang Danlin wasn't an elder, but his status was equivalent to an inner court elder or even higher. Recommending Ling Xiao wasn't a problem at all. However, recommending Ling Xiao was one thing. Getting Wanghan Tianzuan, who was difficult to talk to agree was another. Some time ago, the flame deity even fought with Wanghan Tianzuan over this matter. However, demonic flame seemed to have suffered a loss. In the end, he had no choice but to pay a large amount of high-grade spirit stones to allow Ming Tian to enter the moon hall to cultivate for a period of time. Of course, what the flame deity couldn't do was very easy for Yang Danlin. All right, I'll agree to your request. If you can do what Yuan Venerate Master says, this old man will throw away his dignity and beg Wanghan Tianzuan. Yang Danlin chuckled. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao had only casually mentioned it and didn't expect much. However, he hadn't expected that these two old men would actually agree. It seemed like his knowledge was still too shallow. What are you thanking me for? Since you have become my disciple, I have to give you some benefits. Don't worry about the medicinal hall anymore. Focus on refining the fire snake array refining stone. Yuan Venerate yawned. I'm going to sleep. Ling Xiao bid farewell to Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin and returned to his cave abode. He already understood the basic array formations and magic arrays. In other words, unrated magic arrays and magic arrays were no longer a problem for him. The next key was actually to refine the array. Of course, he had to memorize the entire complete collection of array incantations before he could start refining the array. Ling Xiao thought that was the case. Chapter 299. In fact, Ling Xiao had only realized after memorizing the incantations in the complete collection of array incantations that these incantations were like lively musical notes. Just memorizing the words wasn't enough. Every incantation had a different intonation and speed when it was recited. Furthermore, it had to be combined with soul power for it to be effective. This was a little difficult. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on the understanding of the standard grade refining incantation. Instead, he focused all his energy on the unrated basic formations and magic formations. This way, it would be easier to understand the array formation mysteries of the Divine Seal catalog. Even so, if it were an ordinary martial artist from a sect, it would take at least 10 years for them to completely memorize and understand these basics. A genius martialist might need less time, but it would still take 2 to 3 years. Even a top-notch genius would need a few months. However, Ling Xiao only needed a few days to complete all of this. This was his advantage. It was no wonder that Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate were willing to nurture him. If such a genius was given to someone else, he might become a terrifying opponent. Ling Xiao had originally intended to use 3 to 4 days to fully comprehend these things before attempting to refine an array formation. However, the deacon of the outer sect actually found him and said that someone wanted to challenge him. Who? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He wondered if it could be Zhao Ji. That kid really didn't know how to choose the right time. It's Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. The deacon replied, Yang Cheng, are you sure you're not mistaken? Ling Xiao was really shocked. Less than 2 hours ago, he had heard someone say that Yang Cheng was unconscious in the infirmary. How could someone actually challenge him now? It can't be wrong. It's Yang Cheng. It's not someone with the same name. It's Yang Cheng, who you once defeated. Perhaps because of Yang Danlin, the deacon was very polite to Ling Xiao. He sighed and said, Ling Xiao, you better be careful. It's said that the flame deity went to look for Yang Cheng 2 hours ago, and then he came to challenge you. Oh, the flame deity actually went to look for Yang Cheng? This was really an accident. It was impossible to judge what a heaven-tier powerhouse could do, so Ling Xiao did not have any doubts now. When is the challenge? Ling Xiao asked. Tomorrow. I'm sorry, I don't have time tomorrow. How about 3 days? If he's willing after 3 days, I'll accept the challenge. Ling Xiao said after some thought. Ling Xiao, you have to give me a reason. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Elder Bai. Is there a reason? Does helping Wanghan Tianzuan refine pills count as a reason? Ling Xiao now simply pulled a banner and pulled a tiger's skin. Anyway, Yang Danlin was definitely going to refine pills for Wanghan Tianzuan, so what he said was not a lie. Then there's no problem. Who would dare to delay Wanghan Tianzuan's matters? After the outer court deacon returned to the outer court, he confirmed the time. Yang Cheng did not seem to have any objection, so it was set 3 days later for Yang Cheng to challenge Ling Xiao. This Yang Cheng lost so miserably, but now he dares to challenge again. I guess he has something to rely on. I can't underestimate him. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what Yang Cheng was relying on, since Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame had intervened, he couldn't let his guard down. He was a very confident person, but he would never be arrogant. After the outer court deacon left, He continued to seize the time to comprehend the unrated array incantations in the complete collection of array incantations, hoping to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Fortunately, these things could be verified with the God Investiture catalog. So the effect was very good. Perhaps even young Danlin did not notice this point. One day later, he stopped meditating again. It was not that he did not gain anything, but because Lan Yu came. When Lan Yu came, her face was gloomy. The expression on her face was as if she wanted to kill someone. Ling Xiao knew that something big had happened. If it was just a small matter, Lan Yu would not be like this. I heard that Yang Cheng challenged you again. Lan Yu asked, yes, but as long as he has not advanced to the transcendent realm, I am not afraid. Ling Xiao said, lightly, you are confident. Alas, unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. If you were stronger, you would be able to help Yu Ling vent her anger. Lan Yu said angrily, damn, that Mo Yen, he actually began to meddle in the outer court's affairs. He is really ambitious. What happened to senior sister Yu Ling? Ling Xiao was a little unhappy because Lan Yu's sudden visit interrupted his meditation, but when he heard this, he suddenly felt that Lan Yu had come at the right time. Thinking about what Zhao Ji had said to him before, and looking at Lan Yu's murderous expression, he was afraid that Dai Yuling was in trouble. Alas, this silly girl. Lan Yu smiled bitterly. She spent half a month to cultivate this herb, and it is about to mature. Once it matures, not only will she make great progress in cultivating herbs, but her cultivation will also directly advance to the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. This is a good thing, but good things can also turn into bad things. Lan Yu gritted her teeth and continued. Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd in the outer sanctum, Tuo Bashan, who was ranked 5th, and Gong Yang Nu, who was ranked 6th, all destroyed the herbs the day before they matured. Destroyed? Yes, these 3 brats said that it was caused by an accident when they were comparing notes. Yu Ling asked them to reason, but the 3 of them actually ganged up to bully Yu Ling and destroyed her martial spirit. Lan Yu's eyes were almost spitting fire when she said this. What? Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a fierce anger burned fiercely in his heart. When I heard this, I was anxious and wanted to destroy these 3 brats, but Mo Yen, that old bastard, stopped me. He said that it was an outer court disciple's matter, so let the outer court disciples deal with it. If I wanted to take action, he would also take action. Even my master didn't let me meddle in other people's business. But Yu Ling is my disciple. What a coward! Lan Yu felt angry and cowardly at the same time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Ling Xiao. Let's go, take me to see senior sister Yu Ling. Ling Xiao knew very well how miserable it was for a martial artist to lose their martial spirit. Especially for someone like Dai Yuling, the reason why she was able to enter the Yuehua school was because of her special martial spirit. However, now that her martial spirit was destroyed, could she still continue to stay in the Yuehua school? Anger. Extraordinary anger. Ling Xiao felt that he had never been so angry except when his family was killed by the Li family. Even when the Ling family was besieged, he was very calm. But today, he just wanted to kill. He knew very well that the reason why Dai Yuling was targeted by Jin Ming and the others was most likely because of him. This made him unable to stay calm. Well, since you want to die, Ling Xiao, will fulfill your wish. Yuehua School's Jin Ming, Tuo Bashan, and Gong Yang Nu could be removed from the list. So what if they offended the flame deity? Chapter 300. In a disciple's residence in the medicine hall, bedding was thrown on the ground, along with many books and herbs. Dai Yuling was lying on the ground, panting weakly. Her martial spirit was destroyed, so she was not qualified to stay here anymore. She had thought about it before, but she did not expect that these people would come so fast. They directly pulled her up from the bed and threw her out with the bedding. It had just rained, so there were still puddles on the ground. Dai Yuling felt wronged as tears mixed with the mud. "Why are you crying? You trash! Who told you to offend senior brother Heisua and the flame deity? You deserve it." Although the girl lying on the ground was very weak, the outer sect disciple who came to expel Dai Yuling still kicked her fiercely. The girl spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body became weaker. "Hey, don't be like this. She is also very pitiful." Someone next to him persuaded, "Whoever dares to persuade her will end up like her." The person who kicked Dai Yuling said coldly, "She is Senior Sister Lan's disciple. If you do this, Senior Sister Lan will kill you." Someone said, "Humph, so what if she is Lan Yu? We are the flame deity's people. Inner sect disciples are not allowed to directly interfere with outer sect matters. What can Lan Yu do to us? What can she do to us?" The arrogant guy snorted coldly and then laughed out loud. However, his laughter stopped abruptly because his head was separated from his neck and he could no longer speak. The one who attacked was Lan Yu. She was still one step faster than Ling Xiao, so she made the first move. You killed him?" The rest of the outer sect disciples who expelled Lan Yu trembled and shouted, "Yes, I killed him, and I will kill you all." Inner sect disciples are not allowed to directly interfere with outer sect matters, but don't forget, Dai Yuling is my disciple. If you have the ability, go and tell Mo Yen and see if he will protect you. When Lan Yu attacked, Heisua was nearby, but the flame deity was not there. The reason Empyrean Demon Flame protected Goldcrest to Obashan and Gongyang knew was because their talents were not bad. However, if these people died today, then so be it. Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame definitely wouldn't personally stop them. Heisua didn't dare either, because he was not Lan Yu's opponent. No. After a few screams, 5 corpses were left on the ground. Lan Yu didn't even look at him and went to check on Dai Yuling's injuries. "She's badly hurt." Ling Xiao helped Dai Yuling up and said, not only was her martial spirit destroyed, but she was also beaten up. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding as he said this. Dai Yuling revealed a haggard smile. She lay in Ling Xiao's arms and looked at her master. That bright smile might be saying that there were still people in this world who cared about her, and that she had not been abandoned. Ling Xiao looked at the bedding and books on the ground. He waved his hand and directly pulled them into the Mountain River world. Then he carried Dai Yuling to the infirmary. Lan Yu followed behind, anxiously looking at the dying Dai Yuling. She hated that she didn't care more about this disciple of hers. She hated that she wasn't a celestial realm expert. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to beg her master to help her. She could solve the problem by herself. In the infirmary, Dai Yuling was undergoing emergency treatment. With Lan Yu and Ling Xiao here, no one dared to not do their best. The patient's condition has stabilized, but try not to talk too much. Medicine Master reminded Lan Yu and Ling Xiao, and then left. The two of them walked into the ward. Looking at Dai Yuling lying on the bed, they felt very uncomfortable. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Dai Yuling's smile was very bright. Although her face was haggard, she still felt very happy when facing Ling Xiao and Lan Yu. Don't blame her. Lan Yu sighed and said, "She is also a very stubborn person. She can't come to you whenever she is in trouble. What's more, you have made enough enemies in Yuehua School. She is just thinking about you." "I know, but this thing happened because of me. If it weren't for me, Senior Sister Yuling wouldn't have been bullied." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Sister Lan, Is there a place in Yuehua School where I can carry out the death challenge? What do you want to do? With your strength, you can't win against any of the three of them, Lan Yu said hurriedly. Ling Xiao didn't speak, but slowly released his real aura. At that moment, Lan Yu's face was full of shock and disbelief. When Ling Xiao restrained his aura again, he asked, "Do I have the qualification now?" "Yes." Lan Yu nodded and said, "There is indeed such a place in Yuehua School. It is called the Desperation Building." The Desperation Building? Yes. In fact, sometimes there are some discordant conflicts within the sect. At this time, we can only rely on force to solve the problem. However, an ordinary fight is definitely not possible because it can't display our true strength. Lan Yu explained, the Desperation Building is a battle of life and death. The sect doesn't care who lives and who dies. The winner won't receive any rewards, but there will also be no punishment. What are the rules of the challenge? Ling Xiao asked again. There is only one rule. The other party has to accept your death challenge. Lan Yu replied. That's good. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Senior Sister Yuling, I will avenge you. This was originally caused by me, so only I can solve it. As for your martial soul, because I knew it too late, it is impossible to repair it. However, I can give you my Sakura Tree martial soul. Among this senior sister, the only one who could give someone a martial spirit was probably Ling Xiao. He had never liked the Sakura Tree martial soul. He thought it was too feminine. Since Dai Yuling's martial soul was destroyed, he could give it to her. Ling Xiao's Sakura Tree martial soul was also a plant martial soul. Because it had a trace of the mountain river martial soul's energy, it should be more powerful than Dai Yuling's original martial soul. As for Ling Xiao's lost martial soul, he naturally wanted to take it from Jin Ming to Obashan, and Gong Yang knew, even if it was useless, he could take it and use it as nourishment to feed his martial soul. No, I can't take it, Dai Yuling said hurriedly. Ling Xiao didn't care about her refusal. He directly pressed Dai Yuling's head and forcibly implanted the Sakura Tree martial soul. In other people's eyes, it was impossible, but he did it very easily. Don't refuse. I don't lack this martial soul, but you are different. If you treat me as a friend, then keep it. Seeing that Dai Yuling still wanted to refuse, Ling Xiao said very seriously, I really don't know what to do with you. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. She probably knew Ling Xiao better than anyone in the Yuehua School. After all, they were together in the Leighton Dragon Camp. Chapter 301. Senior Sister Lan. I'll leave Senior Sister Yuling in your care. As her master, you can't let her get hurt again. Otherwise, I'll make her worship Senior Yang as her master. Ling Xiao made a half-joking remark. Don't worry. From today onwards, unless I, Lan Yu, die, I won't let my disciple get hurt again. Lan Yu said firmly, and then I'll go. Where are you going? The Tower of Desperation. Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Only the words Tower of Desperation were still echoing in the medical room. The Tower of Desperation was filled with murderous intent. Countless cultivators had died here. Just getting close to it would make one shiver. If one didn't have a strong will, they wouldn't be able to stay near the Tower of Desperation. Stop. The Tower of Desperation is a place of death. You can't enter without permission. At the Tower of Desperation, Ling Xiao was stopped by a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. He seemed to be an inner disciple in charge of guarding the Tower of Desperation. I want to issue a death challenge. Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as the temperature of the 9 hells. Another one who's not afraid of death. You're only at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. I advise you not to be impulsive. Once you enter the Tower of Desperation, your life is no longer in your hands. The sect won't care either. The guard advised. I've already thought about it. Ling Zhao's intention was very firm. Humph, since you're not afraid of death, write down the name of the person you want to challenge. We'll issue a notice to the entire Yuehua school. If they accept, the challenge will be carried out 1 day later. You have any objections? No. Then write down the name. The guard brought Ling Xiao to the declaration office of the Tower of Desperation. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. It looked a little shabby, and there were even obvious spider webs in some places. After all, it was a death challenge. If it wasn't necessary to kill the opponent, very few people would come here to issue a challenge. Once a death challenge was issued, there was no room for regret. As long as the opponent accepted the challenge, there was no choice but to accept the challenge. Of course, you can choose to run away. No one will stop you, but I'm afraid you won't have the face to see the people from Yuehua School again. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and wrote down the names of the 3 people. Ranked 6th in the outer sect, Gong Yangnu. Ranked 5th in the outer sect, Tuo Bashan. Ranked 3rd in the outer sect, Jin Ming. His handwriting was as sharp as a blade, as if he wanted to kill the 3 of them directly. The transcendent realm guard was stunned for a moment before angrily shouting, "Did you come here to cause trouble? As far as I know, the top 30 in the outer sect are all half-step masters, and you, a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, are challenging 3 people at once." At this moment, many disciples from nearby sects had also noticed the situation and were watching the show from afar. Among these people were Zhao Shi and Zhao Xi. A martial artist's eyesight was extremely terrifying. Even if they were thousands of meters away, they could still clearly see tiny words, not to mention that Ling Zhao's words were written so big. "This guy is crazy," Zhao Xi muttered. Zhao Shi looked surprised, but he did not express his opinion. Through this period of time, he felt that Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would act rashly. What's more, Ling Zhao's face was so calm, and there was no sign of impulsiveness at all. This showed that he had thought it through before coming here, and not because of a moment of impulse. Last time, Ling Xiao challenged Lianel and Yang Cheng, 2 people at once, which had already alarmed the entire outer sect, and even many people in the inner sect were surprised. But after all, it was just a spar, and he would not die anyway. However, this time it was a death challenge, and he challenged 3 people at once. The strength of these 3 people was more than 10 times stronger than the previous challengers. But Ling Zhao's strength did not seem to have improved at all. Once this kind of news spread, the entire sect would be shaken, and many inner sect disciples would probably come to watch the battle. I'm not joking, and I don't mean to play tricks on senior brother. May I ask if my challenge violated the rules? Ling Xiao asked lightly. No. Since you didn't, why not? Ling Xiao asked back. You really want a challenge? Are you sure? I'm warning you, once the challenge notice is issued, no one has the right to take it back, not even the sect leader. The guard asked Ling Xiao again, very seriously. Yes. Ling Zhao's voice became calmer. In fact, he was indeed a little impulsive when he initially planned to challenge because his whole body was filled with anger. But on the way here, he had already thought it through carefully. Jin Ming, Tuo Bashan, and Gong Yangnu must be killed. This was to establish his authority. It was also to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Even if he entered the inner sect in the future, there would be people who would think carefully before offending him. After all, he was someone who dared to issue a death challenge easily. As for whether those 3 people would agree or not, the answer was too certain. They would definitely agree. Those 3 people were undoubtedly the lackeys of He Suo and the Flame Deity. They usually couldn't deal with Ling Xiao, so they targeted Dai Yuling. In the end, they wanted to force Ling Xiao to do something irrational. Now that he had given those 3 lackeys what they wanted, would they refuse? Of course not. They would definitely agree immediately, and in their hearts, they would be thinking about how to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Well, since you have made up your mind, I will fulfill your wish. When you die, don't let your vengeful soul come looking for me. The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed, and then issued a death challenge notice. This notice was sent to the entire sect. Jin Ming, Tuoba Shan, and Gong Yang Nu received the news immediately and gave a reply. Challenge accepted. Well, when are you going to issue the death challenge? The guard asked. Although he was just a guard, he was still a transcendent realm cultivator. It was just an outer sect disciple's death challenge, so he could make the decision. There was no need to inform the person in charge of the Death Tower, which was the Tower Master, an inner sect elder. One day later, Ling Xiao replied, "Good, you can go back and prepare. Eat something good." Ha! Impulsiveness is the devil. The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed. He couldn't trust this outer sect disciple in front of him. After all, this guy's cultivation was too low, and there was no way he could trust him. Wait a minute, I also want to issue a death challenge. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Yang Cheng. Ling Xiao frowned. At this time, Yang Cheng gave off a very strange feeling. He was wearing a black robe that completely wrapped his body, only revealing a pair of eyes. If it was just his appearance, wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that there was a very dangerous aura in his black robe. The flame deity's methods were really powerful. What kind of method did he use to make Yang Cheng recover so quickly and increase his strength so much?